Yeah, here we go. You know, it's is this our first Friday in November?
Yes.
It is, isn't
Well, it's like November 2nd or 3rd, something like that. So, yeah,
I think it's the 3rd.
It's the 3rd. So, yes, this would indeed be our first Friday unless there's
We didn't have one last week?
Unless there's some sort of wormhole that I'm not familiar with.
Well, still, it's just crazy that we're into November.
It does seem a little weird.
I mean, come on.
I know.
Football just started.
I've got a Friendsgiving that I got to have this weekend. I was like, what? Friends?
I mean,
and I was like, oh, yeah, it's Thanksgiving right around the
Thanksgiving
corner.
is 3 weeks from now.
I know. Well, all the Christmas stuff's already out. You go to Costco, and they got the trees and the Santas, and, it's a whole thing.
I'm going to have to go put up my fake Christmas tree here soon.
Oh, yeah. We have last year we did a fake one because we weren't in town for Christmas. Like, we were going to be gone, so I didn't want to deal with the live tree. So we did the fake one, and so we're sticking with that. The kids are out of the house now. There's no reason to go live. When the kids were growing up, it was like you went to we went out and cut down our own tree.
Yeah,
and
just half-ass it now.
Did that whole thing. Now, yeah, there's no reason for that.
Well, we're not going to be in town either, but we're going to put one up, and I might put it up this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just starting.
Is that bad? I know Buckley would kill me for that.
Well, it's a little weird.
He's not here today.
I'm not going to lie. It is a little weird. But, I mean, if you're not going to be home, maybe you want to get as much holiday joy out of it as you can.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, no baby.
No.
We have two things to report to you about Buckley. And that's Jordy over there. Schulte, sorry, not Jordy.
And
Schulte.
someone on the Vancouver text line has please begged me to be nice to Schulte today.
Well, yeah, it makes us uncomfortable.
I'll see what I can do.
You're such a bully.
I'll see what I can do.
I am not uncomfortable by this at
Well,
all.
we are.
Yeah.
I love the discourse. That's kind of the whole point.
I'm gonna try.
Would all you listeners want Suk and I to agree on everything?
I am gonna
don't think
try
but
to
it's
wrap my arms around that fire hydrant of a man over there and just give him a lot of love and understanding.
That's what you should do.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
He's filling in. He's doing us a solid.
He's doing yeoman's work over here because Buckley's running a scam.
Buckley is running a scam, which we'll tell you about in a second. But you know, if Schulte wasn't here, you know who would be in there?
Oh yeah, we can't have that. Then I got Ortner. Yeah, come on. I can't handle 2 months of Ortner.
You should thank that little fire hydrant of a man right over there.
And I do. I tell Schulte all the time that I love him. I do. I love him up. I'm like an older brother. We're tussling that sweet little faux hawk of his and telling him that I love him, pinching those cheeks.
So I have two bits of news. One, with Buckley, there is no baby.
No.
They're still waiting. They induced almost 24 hours ago.
Yeah, nothing.
And she's napping.
No, holding on.
So weird.
That kid wants nothing to do with this world. The kid's
Right.
smart.
Yeah.
Kid's like, it's warm in here.
I'm just going to stay in here.
I'm hanging out.
The second thing is he has sent me his bets. He somehow thinks he's going to still participate in robbing the bank, which I'm not going to lie. So we do our picks every Friday at 5:15.
Yeah.
And Buckley's a nightmare because he bets all these things, and there's always like 8,000 bets.
The most complicated. It's an on-air segment, and he just.
It's an accounting nightmare.
It is.
So I'm the accountant.
Yeah.
So he sent me his bets. I'm like, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be with your wife? Like what? I don't know. Like do Lamaze or something. Like what do you do? He's sitting there poring over bets. And
I know
he has sent me his.
That is fantastic, though, that in the midst of all of this, he's still in there running his $5 bets.
And then the second thing, well, there's two things to report. There's no baby.
No.
He is just fine sitting there playing on his phone, placing wagers with the broadcast. The third thing is that he has the gravy train has already begun. Because he has snagged himself $30 in free hospital cafeteria vouchers. The baby isn't even there, and the gravy train has begun.
Yeah, he's already got like 45 free meals lined up for him. I guess his mother-in-law signed him up for some sort of like meal delivery, like where all the friends and family.
That man will not pay for a meal for weeks.
Well, and he's got 12 weeks of paid vacation coming up. Look, I'm starting to doubt whether or not there's an actual baby. I'm going to need confirmation and a paternity test to let me know that that's Buck's baby. Because how easy would it be? We've never even met Buck's wife. Has anyone? Schultz, have you met Buck's wife?
No,
not.
But I think her name is Kim.
Well, no one's met Kim. No one's seen Kim. My girlfriend out in the Niagara Falls area, don't worry about it. She's great. We've never seen Kim. By the way, remember he sprung this pregnancy thing on us just like he's like, oh, by the way, we're like 8 months pregnant. He let us know like 3/4 of the way through the pregnancy. Now we find out 12 weeks of vacation. The baby's supposed to be here. There is no baby that we can tell of. How do we know that this isn't one giant scheme? When you put in for paternity leave, do they make you prove that you had a baby? What's to stop Schulte from being like, hey, by the way, guys, I'm pregnant too. And we've actually met Mrs. Schultz, so I'm actually more. I think it's just as plausible that Schultze's pregnant right now as is the Buckleys.
Well, we're trying, but I would much rather bring this new baby that my wife and I want to happen someday into a world where
Schultz,
like
just say that you're pregnant now. Take the 12 weeks. Then when you get pregnant for real, take another 12 weeks. Why not?
He's full time. I'm part time. Not sure I get that same 12 weeks there, Suk.
I don't know.
I wish.
I don't know how all this works.
What's your wife do?
Kendall, she's it's like a clinical research coordinator for different like medical trials, essentially. So she goes and makes sure, audits things, makes sure things are in compliance, with all those big drum companies running trials. It's cool.
Okay. Is that cool?
Oh.
I mean, she works from home.
Tuned you out, I could tell. He didn't hear a thing.
Yeah, I already know what his wife does.
What does she do?
She does the for the big companies, the quality control to make sure that they're all dialed in.
There you go. Close.
God.
Big companies, their drug trials they are dialed in.
Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
And what's her name again?
Mm,
He just said it.
No, I don't remember.
Good grief. You're unbelievable.
Oh, man.
I thought we were being nice to Schultz.
No.
And now here you are being a big jerk to him.
To him, I'm being a jerk to you.
Yeah.
I'm calling you out.
And that in turn,
you don't even listen to him
and that
when
in
he
turn
speaks.
makes me a jerk to Schultz. Therefore,
You
roundabout,
don't even listen to him
you're
when he
being a
speaks.
big
You
jerk.
just sit over there and wait to talk. That's what you do.
Yeah, I can't believe,
Listen to the man.
I
He
can't
just
believe
spoke.
you're being this rude to Schultz.
God, unbelievable.
I stepped in it today, apparently.
Yeah.
Well,
Friday.
I'm just trying to have your back.
Rob's being
I
a big
appreciate you.
Rob's being a big jerk right
You
now.
and Kendall. Well, anyway, we'll let you know when there's a baby.
If
He probably won't even tell us.
there's a baby.
I'm guessing my next text from him will be about, because he picked USC to beat Washington.
Yeah.
It will be about that, not the baby.
That's the poll question. Is will the next text that Ryan Buckley sends us be about a child or will it be about USC?
No, or football.
Football.
It'll be about football.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I could see him on Monday being like, "Oh yeah, we had the baby Sunday." Oh, thanks, Buck.
Yeah.
Thanks for.
Yeah, as someone says,
Keeping
Buck's
us
out here
posted.
playing chess. The rest of us playing checkers.
Well, it does feel like that.
I know. We're in here laboring.
All right. Well, Joey Harrington's on today. He's got bourbon news.
Oh, that's fun.
There's more bourbon to give out
Well, who doesn't love bourbon?
to the people.
Well, I'm sure someone doesn't, but shame
Well,
on
the
them.
guy who won the Pappy last year didn't.
No, he just loves charity. It's like he's like the anti-you. He loves the kids, doesn't like the booze. That's kind of he's an oppo. He's an oppo Rob.
I love bourbon, but I'm afraid I'll be like Suk and just want an invite to this certain Joey Harrington event. Like Suk's trying to get into his house, and I'm gonna have to like sneak in, get that side invite or something.
Yeah, I don't
like
think
that.
you're invited. I think there's like a restraining order sort of thing. I'm not certain that you could contain yourself around Joey Harrington. You might get a little excited.
Sat in his studio with him for months. It was just fine.
For what?
He was his first ever media gig. He was on a Saturday football show.
That's right.
It was
Yeah.
it was
TV?
actually
No, radio.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think he did TV right after that, but it was like 6-7 months in the off season of just talking college football with a couple of guys, and he just kind of piped in from Portland via ISDN. So I got to sit with him for those Saturdays. It was fun.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. One of the times when you were gone and me and Schulte were doing, I don't remember if it was just me hosting or if Schulte came over and hosted, but we were doing the show together and we had Joey on, and it was really neat because Schulte said, hey, that was like one of his first real media gigs, and he was able to relate that to Joey, and Joey was like, oh yeah. And it was kind of one of those cool, like, all those years ago. It was kind of a sweet. It was like a taster's choice moment, like a Dockers commercial between Schulte and Joey.
Well, like you guys said, I've been around for a while, so just hang on, and eventually I'll get that gig, right? I've been trying for years.
Yeah.
So.
Well, every now and then those things happen, and I always think those things are cool. Believe it or not, I actually thought that was pretty cool that all those years. I was watching one of the Billy Joel the last play at Shea. Billy Joel played the last concert at Shea Stadium, and the first concert ever at Shea Stadium was the Beatles. And so it was the last play at Shea, and Billy Joel wanted to bring in Paul McCartney, but Paul was over in London, and he didn't think he was going to be able to make it. And so Paul got on a plane kind of last minute and was flying and was like, hey, I don't know if I'm going to make it, but I'm going to try. So he lands at like, at LaGuardia or wherever, and they give him a police escort, and the concert's basically over. And they're getting ready to do Piano Man, and Paul gets to the stadium. And so someone relays in Billy's ear. He's like, hey, I think this might work. This is I think we're going to be able to do this. And the guy that is driving Paul from the I guess the bowels of Shea up to the stage. He's in a little golf cart. He says, Mr. McCartney, you may not remember me, but I've driven you before. And Paul McCartney's like, oh, well, that's neat. And if you remember, I'm sure that Paul McCartney gets that a million times, but the famous video of the white kind of station wagon driving the Beatles out to the middle of Shea Stadium. It's a famous thing. It was like one of the Beatles' first performances in the United States. And there's this white, kind of looks like a hearse, and they drive the Beatles out to the middle of Shea Stadium, and they get out and perform. And he says, do you remember that concert? And Paul McCartney's like, yeah, I remember that one. Kind of a big deal. And he's like, I was your driver. And Paul McCartney's like, what? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I drove you out. And you could tell McCartney's face, he got teary-eyed and was like, holy crap. So that dude drove Paul McCartney out for the first concert at Shea, and he drove him to the stage for the last concert at Shea.
Cool.
That was the Schultze Joey Harrington moment.
Boobily-doo.
Not quite as gravitas, but it was awesome.
Kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just let me get above the level of a driver, like to hosting a show.
Oh, wow.
As opposed to
he
running
took offense.
Yeah, look at Schultze.
No,
He took offense.
I'm not taking offense at all. I'm just saying, God.
And you wonder why I'm not nicer to you.
See, there you go.
You wonder why I'm tuning you out right there. I try to give you a nice Schultze compliment, and you go and take a whiz all over it. For God's sakes.
Oh, my. What a day it's going to be.
We're off to a rousing start.
What a day.
How do you spell Isaac again?
You want that? Somebody requested it. You want that?
Yeah, someone requested
All right,
that.
this is an outtake from us.
Oh, do you actually
have
that?
it right here. Yeah, we kept this one. This is gold. This is about a minute long. It's an outtake of us taping something in the back, off the air.
Yeah.
And Suk wrote the copy so he has our names before each of our lines. I'm gonna do this one first.
Okay.
You know how to spell my name?
What?
Spell my name.
ROPP.
My first name.
Yeah, Isaac.
Spell it.
Why?
He doesn't know how to spell my name.
It's ISS. No,
That's
use the
incorrect.
other. Wait.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I know. I do this every time.
God, you're a piece of All right.
Read the Bible next time, Sue. Come on.
No,
it's
not-
Isaac. Oh.
It's not two S's. It's two A's.
Yeah, that's
So-
right. It's not what it says here, but yeah, that's right.
What?
It's Isaac.
Oh yeah. It's
Yeah.
ISAAC.
Yeah.
Okay. I always do that. I always do two S's,
Oh,
but it's not.
That's
It's
cool.
two A's.
Yeah, that's
Spell my last name, f***er.
SCUKANEC.
Damn it.
It's not fucking hard.
All right, well, either way, I got it. It just took me a second.
No, you did.
I always put two S's.
You don't know
there.
how to spell my name. Look at that.
ISAAC.
Damn it! You. There you go.
That was not scripted. That was
No,
a real
it's real.
interaction.
That's one of my favorite pieces of audio.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it really kind of surmises us
Yeah.
to a T.
Yeah. If you
right
want,
there.
If you want behind the
That's
scenes.
pretty much it.
There you go.
Right there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got Joey at 5:30. He has bourbon news for you, and we'll talk about Oregon, and then we'll get our poll question. Oh, and our Rop in the Bank segment is at 5:15. I will begrudgingly throw Buck's picks out there for anybody who's tailing him. Who I can't imagine there's many, but
Hey, you never know.
we'll do that at 5:15. Up next, our poll question on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the Fan.
Swings it out to Buckley. 40-30.
in cooling family business, helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Give us a follow. Yesterday, we asked you which college football upset is happening this weekend. The winner of that was USC over Washington.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, USC doesn't look good, and they haven't looked good for weeks, but, we're a real recency bias, and Washington hasn't looked good either. I mean, they easily could have gone down the last 2 weeks to two inferior teams to what USC is bringing. So there's also, I think, the idea that most teams, they'll push the sun up into the sky one more time. I don't think before USC dies, and they will die. I just think they've got one more kind of oomph in them, and USC can still score points. I mean, for all our talk of how bad USC is, they still have a tremendous amount of talent. They rush the quarterback real well, and they've got that Caleb Williams guy. So I get why people are going with USC.
39% USC over Washington.
Yeah.
30% said Arizona over UCLA. 20% said LSU over Alabama, and then only 11% said Kansas State over Texas. Today we're asking you, should the Oregon versus Oregon State football rivalry continue annually? No doubt, Ducks should move on, Beavers should move on, or no, it's just over.
Yeah.
Vote.
I
vote hard.
I want it to continue, but I don't have a lot of faith. I think I would have a lot more faith if Oregon State were to find their way into the Big 12 or the ACC. But if it ends up being a Mountain West type independent situation, I've said it yesterday. I think the lack of a neutral site venue is a real killer. I think the Apple Cup stands a better chance of continuing because you can play it at Lumen Field. And we don't have that here in Oregon anywhere, a neutral site. And I'm just not certain that Oregon is going to be willing to come to Corvallis. Not if Oregon State ends up being viewed as a Mountain West type team, and the schedule in the Big Ten is going to be brutal every year. So that's my fear, is that Oregon just isn't going to be willing to come to the table and make a deal to go every other year back to Corvallis.
Well, noted Oregon State reporter Nick Daschel was tweeting about this today and said that they are still talking about it for next year.
Well, I hope so. I mean,
so Oregon would have to move one of those
ditch one.
Non-conference games. Idaho,
they got Hawaii.
The Hawaii one, I would say, make the most sense because they don't have Aloha Stadium right now, so they're basically playing in like their soccer facility, which is technically under the allowable seats for an NCAA now FBS school. I think you have to have at least like 12 to 15,000. Yeah. They have somewhere around 10.
But you can't.
Move that off.
Well, but if you move that off, you still have to get rid of another game because that's your 13th game. Like you can't play a 13th game and not play Hawaii.
Yes. I'd have to look. Did they have...
So they had 4 non-conference games. They had Hawaii, Idaho, Boise.
So then, you would have to still eliminate one.
And Texas Tech.
Yeah, you'd still have to
So one of the... not Hawaii. Either Idaho, Texas Tech, or Boise State would have to go.
Yes, even if you punted on Hawaii, you'd still have to punt on another one. Yeah. Or you could punt on another one and keep Hawaii on there. Look, and then no one wants to be the one that kills this. So we know that the Apple Cup, we know Washington State are talking. Daschel said we know Oregon and Oregon State are talking, but there's a long way to go from talking to actually making something happen. And when you think about it, the deadline to figure something out here is rapidly approaching. I mean, the kind of the scary one here, if you're Washington State and Oregon State, the transfer portal opens like December 4th, December 5th. That's another scary date. Like we all have definitive schedules now for the rest of basically the college football world where you know who you're playing, where you're playing, with the exception of maybe like one game. Oregon State and Washington State don't have anything right now. And you've got the transfer portal coming. That's what scares me, is that if you're Oregon State and you're sitting there with you've got a big time tight end, you've got a big time running back. I know those guys love Corvallis and they want to be loyal to their school, but when other schools are coming in there and saying, "Hey, you don't know where you're going to play next year. You don't have a schedule." I just think that there is a real push. There needs to be, to get something finalized. But then you got this stupid lawsuit going on, and until that gets settled, I don't think you can build out a schedule. I don't think you can figure anything out because you're waiting to see what happens with that.
Most likely they'll play a Mountain West type schedule, right?
I would assume, yes.
Yeah. I think for Oregon State, I think it's interesting. Oregon State's perspective, and that's why I put Ducks should move on or Beavers should move on. From the Beavers' perspective, it could be like, hey, well, one, and Daschle said this, if Oregon is not willing to go to Corvallis, like you said, it's non-starter.
Yeah.
They're just not. Oregon State won't do that.
Yeah.
So Oregon will have to be willing to play there. I could see the Beavers just giving them the middle finger and going, you know what? You left the league, and with that went this rivalry. Screw you.
It's what Oklahoma State's doing.
Yeah, and I think that's justifiable. Like
Sure.
I get that. I get why they would do that. Now, from the Oregon perspective, they probably have more reasons not to play it.
Yeah.
In a sense that we just saw that Big Ten schedule yesterday.
Brutal.
It's tough. And then if you want to play one of those big non-conference games like Georgia last year, you're talking about that type of game, a full Big Ten schedule, and playing Oregon State, who wants to kick your teeth in.
Yep.
And you're talking about, so then that's only one other game. If you don't have 13 games a year with the Hawaii game, which right now is a cupcake, but obviously that's not every year. So you would only have one other game to play, and that would be an Idaho. Certainly, I would imagine would be a cupcake of some sort. But still, that's a lot.
And the Oregon State game won't make any money, unlike some of these other games that bring you a couple $1 million.
And I get that it's easier to get into the 12-team tournament beginning next year. So, a loss, a tougher non-conference schedule isn't going to hurt you as much.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Short of just saying, hey, we want to do you a solid and keep playing this if you want to, from Oregon's perspective. Yeah, goodwill, basically. Short of that, there's not a lot of reason to play it.
No, it's going to be tough. And that stinks. And it seems unimaginable to not have the Civil War in the Apple Cup, but how many of these across the land have gone away?
Well, Texas and Texas A&M is one of the biggest rivalries in all of college sports.
And it was gone.
And it is gone, right? They don't.
Yeah, they'll come back now because of the.
Well, I guess now
they're going to the SEC. Yeah. But yeah, it left, and Nebraska, Colorado, that was a huge one, and that went away. The Holy War, BYU, Utah. Yeah. And I know that's up here. That doesn't mean anything. They've played that game since like 1890. I promise you, down in Utah, that was a big stinking deal.
Well, I think the Civil War is 1894, right?
Yeah, and same thing. Like it was one of those things that went away for a bit because one school had moved on, and so these do bedlam, right? Oklahoma State has flat out said they have told Oklahoma to go F themselves. They're like, we're not doing that. We're not playing that anymore. So this will be the last bedlam coming up this week. So, I mean, these games do go away. My hope is that if it does go away somewhere down the road, you can find something that makes sense. But
that's what Kansas and Missouri did.
Yeah,
it went away, and there's a lot of bad blood and hard feelings and screw you. We're not. Well, they've since played and brought it back, but it hasn't been annual.
Yeah.
So maybe you just do that. Maybe there's special years here and there where you play Oregon State.
Well, and
Oregon State plays you.
Does Oregon State, and this is going to sound terrible, does it get to a point where Oregon State just needs the check? And are they willing to come down to play at Autzen simply for...
Well, if you're Oregon State and you need that big game, like a game like that, yeah, why not play Oregon? Isn't that more fun for your fans than, I don't know...
I would think than taking that check to go play somewhere else.
LSU or something.
And it's a lot, I'm going to say it's, quote, easier, but... It's cheaper and from an ease of playing that than having to get on a plane and fly to Baton Rouge or one of the neutral site games out there. And here's the other one. And again, I hate to sound condescending because I'm not trying to Beaver fan. If you end up in a Mountain West type conference, how many teams are going to be willing? Like, you don't become an attractive opponent.
Well, you're Boise State.
Yeah. And,
and Boise State's on the schedule.
Yeah.
But Oregon State's a lot tougher than Boise State.
I'm saying it's a lot easier to get Oregon and teams like that to agree to Boise State than it is to get some of the other big boys in the SEC and the Big Ten, especially with the expanded conferences. Yeah. So Oregon might be the best, even if you have to swallow your pride a little bit. It might be the easiest and most profitable one to get on the schedule on a regular basis.
AAA heating and cooling poll question is on X at 1080 The Fan. Vote hard. Should the Oregon versus Oregon State football rivalry continue annually? No doubt. Ducks should move on. Beavs should move on. Or no, it's over. We will tally the votes and report back to you on Monday how that goes. Also, for more on this, we'll ask Joey Harrington this very question when he comes on at 5:30. In the meantime, we move on to some other sports items. Why the WNBA to Portland deal fell through. We'll get to that next, but first, Schultze.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the 6th-ranked Oregon Ducks hosting Cal tomorrow afternoon at Autzen Stadium. They're 24.5-point favorites for that one at this point. Kickoff set for 2:30 p.m. on Pac-12 Network. Don't miss live coverage, though. Starts right here on The Fan at 10 a.m. with Ducks Game Day. We got you covered all through the game, and the post-game show wrapping up with Swag and Will Ortner afterwards as well. Number 16, Oregon State hitting the road to face Colorado at Folsom Field for some Pac-12 After Dark action. The Beavs favored by 13.5. Kickoff set for 7 p.m. on ESPN. In the NFL, Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski, announcing that quarterback Deshaun Watson will be back under center Sunday against the Cardinals. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray making the trip to Cleveland, but he is officially questionable for Sunday's game. Steelers linebacker Cole Holcomb out for the rest of the season after suffering a torn ACL in last night's win over the Titans. And in the NBA, the Portland Trail Blazers begin their in-season tournament play tonight at Moda Center. They host the 0-5 Memphis Grizzlies. Scoot Henderson, he is out with the ankle injury, unfortunately suffered in the last game against the Pistons, but Blazers still without him, even 3.5-point underdogs. Wonder if that's a tasty line for some of you Blazers fans. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on every game at Spirit Mountain with a sportsbook powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Every day, get the NFL headlines delivered straight to you.
little game.
I guess.
Titans and Steelers.
It came down to the end, I suppose, but wasn't the most exciting brand of football.
Oregon Live had this. Bill Oram over there at Oregon Live.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday.
He's been following he's been following the WNBA to Portland bit.
Yeah, it sounds like there may be more to this than the arena thing.
Well, yeah, he reported yesterday he was saying it was about the Moda Center because that's what the WNBA claimed.
Yeah.
It is not about the Moda Center.
Yeah, so originally the WNBA said that they were not eliminating Portland. They were delaying Portland until there was clarity on what was going on with the Moda Center. The Blazers were planning a renovation to the Moda Center at some point. This would supposedly take place over a couple summers, and that's a problem because the WNBA plays in the summer. And so they said that until that gets cleared up, they didn't want the WNBA team to come in and then have to play in a makeshift venue, see the Memorial Coliseum, for a couple seasons. But Jody Allen, I guess, and the Blazers came out and were like, dude, we said that we'd be willing to push back renovations to make sure that they got a couple years in the Moda Center before having to relocate them for 1 year. So it just kind of sounded like what the WNBA was saying wasn't jiving with what was coming out of the Blazers.
You mean there's lies?
Sure felt that way.
There's more to the story. Here's what Oregon Live is reporting. It says a source close to the project told the Oregonian/Oregon Live that Kirk Brown, the co-founder of the company that is now Zoom Info, he is the multi-millionaire who was going to be the owner. I don't know if he's a billionaire, but maybe he's a billionaire. Is this your guy? By the way, isn't this the guy that...
This is my old neighbor's partner.
Yeah. Oh, his partner.
His partner.
Okay, I thought it was him. He pulled out days before an announcement scheduled for October 26, leaving the team without a principal owner and without the $50 million expansion fee that the league requires.
Yeah.
One source said the thing fell apart because Kirk pulled out, not any other reason. The Oregonian/Oregon Live's attempts to reach Brown this week have been unsuccessful. A representative declined to comment throughout the week and in response to follow-up messages Wednesday and Thursday. Among the issues that derailed the plans were a difference of opinion between Brown and the league over the team's name and branding. One source said Brown wanted the team to be called the Rose City Royalty, while WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert was thought to be uncomfortable with the connotation. Another issue was Brown's ownership stake in Shoot 360, a basketball training center with locations across the country. A source said that the WNBA saw that as a potential conflict of interest and wanted him to give up that investment, which Brown refused to do.
Yeah.
The issue created an icy relationship between Brown and Engelbert. According to multiple sources, Brown was uncomfortable with the many conditions of joining the ranks of WNBA ownership, leading him to withdraw at the 11th hour.
Yeah, said thanks, but no thanks. I wonder if is it the royalty that what bothered? Like, I loved the idea of the Rose City thing. We even talked about that when the idea for any expansion team came to Portland. I love the idea of a team being called Rose City as opposed to Portland, like even the baseball team. But was the royalty thing, like, that's what made them uncomfortable?
Yeah, like why she would be uncomfortable with that connotation, I would imagine just
Are we
royalty.
that PC now that the idea of royalty is viewed as like a
Racist, buddy.
Like a monarchy sort of thing, and I mean, God,
elitist.
For God's sakes.
Not only that, but first of all, I think that's kind of a dumb name.
Yeah.
So if Kirk Brown, I mean, like that should not be like a reason to drop the deal.
No, but if you are putting in a $50 million expansion fee on top of whatever is you're paying for the team and all that, and let's be honest here, let's not act like the WNBA is a flush with cash organization where you're just making money hand over fist. So you're putting in your money, and damn it, if I wanted to be called the Rose City Royalty and you tell me no, yeah, I would probably be a bee in my bonnet as well. So if you told me that I can't have an investment in a Shoot 360 company, why? What sort of, that seems to be ridiculous. And now you're telling me what I can and can't name my team? Yeah, I can see where someone gets a little bristly at that.
Well, yeah, little bristly is different than backing out of the deal completely is what I'm saying. Now, the bigger deal may be just that that investment that they were talking about.
Well, and they did say in there too that Zoom Info has lost like 56% of its stock price has fallen by 56% over the last handful of months.
Probably not helpful.
So, that I'm sure when most of your wealth is tied up in that, that may be a little a factor there too, that you're like, whoa. You're making me jump through all these hoops, and I got to tighten my belt a little bit. Nuts to you. Does sound like, though, maybe there's some people trying behind the scenes trying to put together another principal owner group.
It says in the 10 days or so since Brown's stunning about face, groups in Portland have been working desperately to salvage the deal, including trying to recruit a new ownership group. It is unclear who might step forward to try to win back a bid or whether the WNBA would even entertain it. Many close to the deal feel the WNBA has backed itself into a corner by pinning the decision on Moda Center renovations. One source said, it just makes it look like they didn't do their due diligence. Yeah, and it does definitely do that.
Yeah, it makes you look like a bunch of clowns. And so maybe that's the thing, is you have to come up with a fall guy. But this is the one thing I appreciate, the fact that the Blazers and Jody Allen came around and was like, no, it has nothing to do with renovations. We said that we'd be more than happy to push those back.
That's kind of weird. Why wouldn't you just say vaguely what happened? You know, like why come up with this other reasoning?
Because
That's
maybe
weird.
it makes you sound like a complete and total ass clown, that you're willing to tank a $50 million expansion deal over a name and a.
I think you can just say, well, you wouldn't say any of that. If you're the league, you would just say, yeah, look, we just had a difference of opinion with the ownership group, and we're going to put it on hold for now.
Don't you guys think there might be some kissing of the ring still going on, though? Even if a deal doesn't, get worked out, there are still back channels. Maybe if you're making these kind of accusations, even privately, you're scared that something is going to come back on you negatively. So what are you going to do publicly? You're going to make it look like everything's okay. This just didn't work out because of some superficial thing. So then the WNBA is connected to the NBA. So I see a little kissing of the ring here going on for sure.
It's possible. Yeah. Look, make no mistake about it. Leagues, if you want to enter one of these leagues, and I know the WNBA doesn't have the prestige that the other ones do, but it's a growing entity. It's certainly gaining acceptance. Look at the women's tournament and the expansion that we've seen from that. So the women's game is growing, and I would think that for an owner, you want to get in on the ground floor. These franchises, I would assume, are only going to go up, but yeah, I can see where that comes into play. That, remember when Mark Cuban wanted to buy a baseball team and they wouldn't let Mark Cuban play? I mean, there is an element of some of these leagues that they feel pretty snooty and high and mighty. And if you do want to join their ranks, you do have to kiss some ass. And maybe the WNBA feels that way. And you've got a guy here in Mr. Brown that says, hey man, no offense, but I'm not kissing anything. This isn't Major League Baseball. This isn't the NBA. I'm not doing this.
I'm not sure how big of a deal this is for Portland. Generally, I think it would be good to get a WNBA franchise, but I don't know how many people are super hurt by this.
I think it's a bummer. I think that when you look at the success that the Thorns have had, leading the league in attendance, I think that's a big deal. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a significant. I think it's a significant blow. I do, because we're not getting. It doesn't appear that we're getting another one of the big four. I don't think that's happening. Maybe baseball, down the road, but I'm not holding my breath on that. So, soccer has been real successful here, and the WNBA, like I said, is a growing entity, and I think it'd be cool to have it here in Portland as it grows. I think we would support it, and I think in a number of years that could end up being a real nice thing for the city in the summer.
And yes, this does mean the Sacramento Kings and LA Kings must change their names.
And the Kansas City Royals, don't forget about them.
My Royals.
Yeah, you racist bastards.
Yep.
But seriously, can you imagine if that really was a hang up with the league? Royalty.
Oh, I bet it was.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I bet it was. They're probably like, we don't really like that.
The PC nature of that is just mind-numbingly stupid.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also think it's kind of a dumb name.
Yeah, the Rip City Royalty. It seems
it doesn't fit. Like
it seems
why?
like a roller derby team.
Yeah, it's like, go back to. Can they use the fire? They had the fire before.
Yeah, I'm
Can
assuming
they use
so.
Portland or Rose City Fire? That'd be kind of cool.
Something like
I
that.
mean, I don't know. There's better names. Anyway, there's the latest on that from Oregon Live. Our NFL dump truck is coming up next. It is 3:45 on the Fan.
It's the Fan on demand.
to go at it?
You know what, man? And I know I'm not in the minority here. There's the NFL, I don't really know what it is. I can't pinpoint it. But even bad teams, and Steelers have a winning record.
Yeah.
But even bad football in the NFL is super compelling. I don't really understand why, but I loved it. Yes, it just that
Steelers,
league,
by the way, same record as the San Francisco 49ers.
right? I know, right? Isn't that wild?
I know.
And I think maybe that's part of it is that in this league, man, you grind your way to 5-3.
Yep.
You know we know they're probably not that good. Their quarterback stinks, but 5-3 is 5-3, and they're right in the thick of that thing.
They had that good one there at the.
And that's what makes it compelling. It's like you can still. It's like this idea that you can not be that good and still make noise is exciting to us.
Sure.
Because then that makes us want to watch because we don't know who.
It's the ultimate parody. Like they had that one. They were around midfield ish, just their side of the 50, with a couple minutes left when Tennessee gave it over on downs, and Pittsburgh ran 3 like draws and punted, and like they asked like Herb Street, they're like, "What do you do?" He's like, "Punt it." It was like 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8, and they're like, "Do you throw the ball?" No, Herb Street's like, "No, you don't. You run the ball and you punt it." And like if that was college football, we would lose our S.
That's true.
No.
But
No.
But
Strong
everyone knew what Pittsburgh was going to do. And then they punted the ball.
And it was the right decision.
And then we watched Will Levis try to run a 2-minute offense, which just looked like a dog trying to drive a car. Like he kind of knew what he was doing, but not really. And I guess to your point.
A dog kind of knows how to drive a car.
Well, have you ever seen a dog where it just puts its hands up on the wheels? Maybe it steers like on the guy's lap. Like he got down the field somehow, some way. He tried to throw 9 interceptions. But to your point, they ended up at whatever it was, like the 20-yard line with a chance to get it in the end zone, and he finally actually threw an interception.
I was texting back and forth with noted Titans fan Ryan Potter.
I was going to say there's a noted Titans fan.
Well, he claims to be.
I know.
But that's only because Mariota played there, and now he's not. So I don't know if he is or isn't. But
is there even a Titans bar in Portland, I wonder? Probably one, but that's it.
A Titans bar?
Like, every city's got like a Packers bar or a Falcons bar. I just wonder who's...
Well, I don't know. Is there a Titans bar?
Who's got the Titans bar?
I kind of want to go to a Titans bar and just like watch them cry.
I think it's more like there's a couple Titans fans and they text each other, hey, where are we going?
That's probably, it's not like the Wooden Chicken. If you want to go see a Niners game, you head to the Chicken.
Yeah, that's a Niner bar.
Yeah.
But I was texting back and forth with him. I'm like, dude, I have never seen a quarterback. Is it possible for a quarterback to throw 3 interceptions on one drive? Because Will Levis has.
I also enjoyed this one too from Will Levis.
But at the same time, he's got some promise.
He does. To be fair,
he's a rookie.
I'm not trying to sit there and annihilate him. It's better than going with Ryan Tannehill, but someone might want to inform Will Levis that you don't have to stand in the pocket for 9 years against the Steelers pass rush. I just kept waiting for that ball to get ripped out because he would just stand flat-footed in the pocket and just sit there and wait and wait.
Yeah, but
you're like, wow.
Don't we always rag on the quarterback that bails too early, though?
Well, there's a difference between bailing and moving up in the pocket. Like he has no spatial awareness back there, and that. He just looked very, very uncomfortable, but it's his second start. He looked like a guy making his second start. I think sometimes when we watch the really good quarterbacks run a 2-minute drill, they make it look so easy. And then you see a young guy running it and you realize throwing into an 8-man coverage, it's really hard to do.
Yeah, he really did throw 3 picks.
Yes.
They just dropped 2 of them.
Yeah.
And then he sealed it with the last one. But he looks, he makes some good throws. Like, it's interesting to me why he was sitting there third string behind Malik Willis.
Well, and every time people ask this, I always say the same thing. We do not get to watch practice, but I promise you that because the notion out of Will Levis was we can't play him. Like you heard
he was probably making too many mistakes in practice, and we saw that.
Yeah. My guess is when you're in practice and you're throwing into those coverages and you're not seeing things like when you make really bad mistakes throwing into coverages in practice, you aren't going to get trusted to go out on the field.
Yeah. Well, he was though.
And because they had to. Tannehill was hurt and
Willis is terrible.
And Willis is terrible. But to be fair, the last 2 weeks, I think if you're Tennessee, you have at least seen enough going forward. Look, you're 3-5.
Give that guy some more starts. And
Yes.
see what you got.
You
there.
see what you got, and then at the end of the year, at least you can evaluate and say, hey, the Tannehill thing is done. You can't go with Tannehill for your future. So Malik Willis isn't your future. So it's either Tannehill or not Tannehill. It's either Will Levis or you have to go back into the pool and find another quarterback. So yes, Levis has shown you enough that he should get the starts moving forward.
Meanwhile, Pickett is very pickety.
Yeah.
But the Steelers, they're so weird. They said Tomlin's been outgained in all 8 games.
They're
and they're 5-3.
The fact that they're 5-3, it is that son of a gun finds.
He's amazing.
He just finds ways. 19 of 30 for 160 yards, and they won that game.
Yeah, and it's not really. You mean he finds ways? You're talking about Tomlin,
not Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, they win despite Pickett.
Here's the crappy part about like the Kenny Pickett situation.
But he didn't turn it over.
No, he didn't. But this is the problem with Kenny Pickett and I don't know if you want to go Sam Howell, Ritter, although they punted on Ritter. I'll call it the Daniel Jones thing. Let's call it Daniel Jones. That's a better one. Is Pittsburgh this year can ham and egg their way to 10 wins. They can. And maybe you get to 11. Maybe you get some breaks. I'd have to look at the schedule. And then you go into the postseason and you're fine. You're a good, solid team. Yeah, I'm looking at their schedule here. It's actually kind of tough. So let's say 10 games. let's say they find a way to get to 10 wins. And you go into the postseason, and then at that point, like I said, maybe you beat a team that isn't that good. The Giants beat Minnesota last year. And now you're sitting there thinking to yourself, well, I mean, I guess now Kenny Pickett's our quarterback. And so you go with Kenny Pickett and you pay him just like you did Daniel Jones because they won you 10 games. But he didn't win you 10 games. Kenny Pickett doesn't win you crap. You win with Kenny Pickett as your quarterback. But once you pay him and once you commit to him, you have to have the realization of, oh, crap, we just committed to Kenny Pickett. We just committed to Daniel Jones. You're winning despite them, not because of them.
You think that if there's any franchise that understands that, it would be Pittsburgh? Right?
I would hope so.
Like Tomlin knows.
I would hope so.
They won't sign him.
But you see it. You see it time and time again where we give very average quarterbacks big money and we're like, well, all he does is win. No, all your team does is win. And yeah, Kenny Pickett may not screw it up. Kenny Pickett isn't winning you games. And the moment you pay that guy 30, 40 million bucks, you lose 3 or 4 other players off your team because of the salary cap situation. And now you find yourself in the, like I said, the Giant situation.
Yeah, I don't think they'd do a Daniel Jones with him, but I could see them signing him for much less, or just moving on altogether.
Yeah.
But that Mike Tomlin, man, he is awesome.
Yes.
I don't know what he does to win one-score games. Maybe it's a little bit of that Dave Bartu, like just play conservative,
don't let
defense, and then don't make the mistakes that he's pretty. I mean, he is pretty conservative.
Yeah. Well, again, with the punting,
let the other coach make the mistakes.
Yeah, he sat there after Tennessee gave it over on downs. There could be a real notion of, hey, all we need to do is get a first down or two.
They
here.
had all 3 timeouts,
Yeah.
and it was still the 2-minute warning, so they knew they had to get a first down if they wanted to not give the ball back.
And he
to
didn't
Tennessee.
care. He
did not care.
He turned to Kenny Pickett and said, "You think I'm going to let you throw the ball? Nice try, Kenny.
And honestly,
3 runs and a punt."
I gotta say, and you're right. If it's college, we're killing him. But I gotta say, as a fan and as a guy who had money on the Steelers, I was like, I'm fine with that. Will Levis is not driving them down to win this game. He's just not against Pittsburgh's defense in Pittsburgh. It's not going to happen.
But this is what drives me.
He almost did it.
But this is what drives me crazy when we pay the Kenny Pickett's to the Daniel Joneses of the world. Because let's say you do get to 10 games, you get into the postseason, right? And now on the other side isn't Will Levis. It's Tua, or it's Allen, or it's Mahomes. You still have to play that way because you have Kenny Pickett. The problem is that when you play that way and you kick it away to Josh Allen, you kick it away to Pat Mahomes, they come down and they shove it up your keister. Yeah. And so you don't have an option of playing any other way, which is why I hate the average quarterback that we're like, well, he wins. Oh, he wins. Oh, okay, cool. He's not responsible.
Well, Pickett does have a winning record.
He's not responsible for you winning games.
All right, more on the NFL dump truck, including a look at the Tyreek Hill Bowl in Frankfurt. We'll get to that. But up next, Colorado with some interesting changes ahead of the Oregon State game. We'll do that next. It's 4 o'clock on The Fan. We have a new addition to the show.
Oh, I see it right here.
Yeah. Little Maze Buckley is here.
How about that?
Ryan Buckley and his wife Kim have had a baby.
Do we have proof?
Yeah, there's a picture of him.
I can. That photo could be anyone's.
Doctor.
That photo could be anyone's baby. I'm gonna put that in the Google search to see if that's someone else's baby.
Reverse image that.
Reverse image search that. I still think Buckley's just on a scam to get free meals and 12 weeks of vacation.
Mays born at 2:02 p.m., tipping the scales at 9 pounds 1 ounce.
Hey-oh!
Mom was an absolute champ. Well, he hung around in there for a while.
I guess, yeah. They incubated that sucker for a while. He put out like a Christmas ham. All right.
Didn't want to show up, just like me. I sat in the womb for 6 extra days.
Did you?
Yeah, my parents got to, just like Buckley, they got to pick the day they wanted, and there you go.
Now, do you know how big of a baby you were?
I think I was just about 8 pounds, so not quite 9, but I was still a big baby.
I was a big baby.
No way.
Yeah.
Who was bigger, you or John?
I was, which is weird because
Really?
he's way bigger than I am.
He's enormous.
Yeah, he's much bigger. But yeah, I came like 11 something. I was like 11
Whoa.
plus pounds.
Damn.
Yeah, I was a little butterball.
Well, congratulations to the Buckleys.
That's awesome.
That's his second kid,
And
or
yeah,
their second kid.
so they have Cannon and they got Maze. And it was cool.
Maze?
Yeah, well, he was giving, he wouldn't say it on air. And then afterwards, I didn't want to say anything, but I was like, he's like, I'll tell you off the air. And they went with Maze because they met in San Francisco. It's a very special place. They were trying to come up with something that had a connection to San Francisco. And it turns out, too, that I guess Willie Mays' nickname growing up was Buck, so they liked that.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of gave me a tip of the cap because the Eiserman thing. I named my kid Eiserman. He goes, I thought that was kind of neat. So they kind of were kicking stuff around. And
look at you inserting yourself into this decision.
Yeah, clearly.
Well, it's cool. Nice name.
I've never met someone named Mays, and when he told me that, I was like, dude, that's a badass name.
That's a unique name.
Little
cool
Mays
name.
Buckley?
Little sports name.
Yeah.
So congrats to them, and we will not see Buckley for months.
If ever again.
Maybe January, but
you think
you're right.
Look, there's a chance here that Schultze just never goes away, that he just barricades himself in the studio.
That'd be great for you. And then, if I die, Schultze, this is probably yours.
Like, be careful, because this may be one of those things. Schultze, no one wants a show more than Jordan Schultz, a.k.a. Schultze.
You need to watch out for Ortner. I need to watch out for Schultze.
It's possible that we both end up dead because we got the holiday time coming up where we both take time off. Check your brake lines, will you, before drive? Because aren't you driving down to San Diego?
Yeah.
Please check. Just check your brake lines and make sure that everything's on the up and up.
I don't trust you, Schultze.
No.
Go Budweiser like trunk monkey on you. Just in the old Super Bowl commercials.
I'm just saying, if someone's willing to murder to get a show, I'm looking right at the faux hawk in there.
I'm starting to consider.
You think so? More than Ortner?
Yeah. I think Will has some
Will's
sort of.
a little younger.
I've been around longer.
Will's kind of a softie too. Like Will's
really.
Yeah, Will's cookie dough soft. Schultze, on the other hand, Schultze's been hardened. Look at him.
Yes. Yeah.
He's been through some S.
I used to be cookie dough soft. This biz hardened me a little bit. But I do. I mean, I know how Will wants to be like Mini Suk, or he is Mini Suk. I want to be Mini Isaac. There's nothing wrong with
And Schultze always has that weird grin on his face. It's a Joker-esque sort of smile. I just feel like he's willing to.
Oh, you're a jerk. No, my teacher
he's willing to do something.
The first grade teacher that I had, Mrs. Haight, rest in peace, told my parents all the time he comes in with the biggest smile on his face. And I've never stopped.
No, it kind of scares me though.
Well, thanks.
He's very, very smiley, and I find it a bit unnerving.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
Well, congratulations.
Right.
Back to that. Congratulations to the Buckley family.
So what did Dion? So Colorado, Oregon State, Saturday night ESPN game.
Yes.
Dion turfed his offensive coordinator, or he just demoted him?
No. So he didn't demote anyone. He's promoting someone. So now he has offensive coordinators.
But he's changed who calls plays.
So Sean Lewis was his offensive coordinator, who was the head coach at Kent State.
Yeah.
Quit, although, is that really being a head coach at Kent State? Left to come be Dion's OC. And by the way, has put up phenomenal offensive numbers despite no run game, no offensive line.
I thought they had a good offense.
They do. Well,
they have no offensive line.
No offensive line, and they can't run. But yeah, they've put up offensive numbers. But they are going to promote, because Pat Shurmur, NFL Pat Shurmur.
NFL guy.
Yeah, he was an analyst. And so they're going to have to promote him to a full-time head coach. And he will take over the play calling duties from Sean Lewis, even though technically they're now going to be, quote, co-offensive coordinators. So I just want to get this straight, that the defensive coordinator, who's
that?
I don't know off the top of my head who
That poor
Colorado's DC is. Charles Kelly?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I remember him. He's good.
Yeah, he's from he's an Alabama guy. So the fact that you have one of the, if not the worst defenses I've ever seen, and one of the better offenses despite being very limited, and you choose to demote technically your offensive coordinator while leaving your defensive coordinator alone, seems a bit odd.
It is weird.
It's like having a dump truck go through your kitchen and then remodeling your garage. You're like, well, I'm going to go ahead and leave the kitchen right where it's at, but got to fix up this garage real quick.
Well,
Makes
what
no
can you
sense.
do on the on the defensive side? You can't really make any changes, can you?
Sure you can.
What would you do that would?
Well, it's the same thing. You're bringing someone in because he has a different idea on how your offense is going to be run. You can't change your offense. Your offense is what it is, but there is going to be someone in there now with a different idea on how to call plays. It's the same thing with defense.
Yeah, I feel like what he's saying is our defense is going to suck no matter who's in there.
Yeah.
And maybe he just trusts Charles Kelly or whatever, but offensively, in other words, he may say, "Oh, I could." Switch this around and put somebody else in charge of the defense, but it's the same thing because I don't have any players over there. Offensively, I think maybe he thinks with Shedeur they should be getting more out of it, and Pat can do that. I don't know.
It's possible.
I'm spitballing here.
I mean, I know at UCLA you only put up 16 points, but you have the worst offensive line, maybe in the country, of the Power Five, and you were playing against one of the best fronts. In the Power Five. So I don't know what you expect. Now, I know Shedeur gets hit and sacked more than pretty much any other quarterback in the country. I don't know what the OC is going to do to that. Some of that is on, again, the offensive line. And Dion came out afterwards and said that he had to find better players, which, by the way, Pat Anduzzi, the Pitt coach, got murdered for that. No one killed Dion over it. I guess he had to have a meeting with his players afterwards. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, he said they said he had a private meeting with the offensive line.
Yeah, because when you tell your offensive line that you're going to go find better players, that probably doesn't sit real well with them.
Well, wait, I thought he did just find new players.
He did.
And now he doesn't like these players and he wants more new players?
Yeah.
So we were asking the question, how is Dion going to handle losing? And you're seeing that.
I think he's handled it pretty well up until this point. But
but when you start throwing your guys under the
it's not great.
bus,
it's not great.
Dude, it's not going to be. They won one game last year.
Yeah,
you're not going to be great right away.
Well, and I've made this argument plenty of times. I believe that finding O linemen in the portal is way more of a challenge than finding skill position guys. You can find athletes all over the portal. You don't have to be a great receiver to be a good receiver in college football. Same thing with backs, tight. You don't. Just give me an athlete, and if I've got a good solid scheme and a quarterback, I'm going to be fine. I can scheme guys open. Defenses aren't that complex in college football. You can get away with that. You know the one thing that you can't scheme around? Having bad O linemen. They don't exist out there. Like where you're going to find battle linemen that you can find ways to hide their deficiencies. You just can't. And so while I do think like you can plug in a portal guy or two into an O-line, absolutely you should. Oregon did that. But when you look at like what Oregon State has built, you have to be in some ways homegrown when it comes to your O-line. You need depth. You need big, physical, tough guys that grow together, that play together and form a cohesive unit. So we knew all along that this was going to be a problem for Colorado, and it has continued to be their biggest problem. And, you know, unless you are able to go out and get offensive linemen that want to play O-line together and stick around, the transfer portal is not going to be your long-term solution in building a tough physical O-line. It's just not for Colorado or anyone else.
What do we I'll just say I have a play on this game in Rop in the Bank.
Mm-hmm.
I feel pretty good about it.
Okay.
How do you feel about this game?
I feel pretty good.
About what?
About the game.
Why no, but which side?
Oh, Oregon State.
Okay. All right. We'll see if that matches my play.
Yeah. I think Colorado, when they have played better teams, physical teams, I just don't think they can hold up.
Okay.
I trust the Beavs.
All right. Well, we'll have more on that at 5:15. Ropping the bank. But up next, let's get to a big game in the NFL. We've got the Tyreek Hill Bowl.
Yeah.
It is 4:17 on the Fan.
The home of
good game.
Yeah.
Dolphins and Chiefs, man.
Absolutely.
They're playing in Frankfurt. Something tells me, just from reading some of the quotes from the Chiefs players, I don't know, one team may be more equipped to win this game than the other, and I'm looking straight at Miami. I don't know. Chiefs didn't look great last week. Now they got to travel all the way to Frankfurt.
Yeah.
And one of their players said it kind of sucks to have to go this far to play a game. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for when from a gambling angle.
Yeah, because the spread's basically a pick. I think it's 1.5, depending on where you're looking.
Yeah, and that's low considering the Chiefs' ability. But and Miami's good. But I just mean with Miami's play. Hugh Offill said this yesterday. Miami has been terrible against the good teams that they've played this year. They've lost by double digits, I think, every time. They've just beaten up on some bad teams. So nobody really trusts Miami, even though they have a good offense. But Kansas City looked bad last week, and then one of their players said, this kind of sucks to go over there. And I just wonder if KC isn't just kind of sleepwalking here and Miami gets a win. And it's kind of that point in the season where the Chiefs, you know how they do.
They go through a nice little lull.
Yeah, and it kind of felt like that started last week.
It's possible, too, that you're right, that Miami may feel that this one is a little more important for them. Like, when you look through, you're right in that their best win.
Yeah, give me their best win.
Chargers, probably.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And we know the Chargers suck.
Yeah, the Chargers suck.
So they played the Eagles and got beat by 2 tutties.
Yep, 31-17.
They played the Bills and got beat by 20.
Yep, that's it.
And that's it. Everybody else they've beaten.
Yeah, they beat the Chargers. They beat the Patriots twice. They beat the Broncos, the Giants, and the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
They haven't played anyone. So you're right in that if
Dolphins going to want this.
If in the whole Tyreek Hill, he said something like they're going to get it or whatever. He kind of made some bold statements there, but Kansas City's defense is legit. This is a good defense, and we have seen 2 good defenses that have kind of put the kibosh on what Miami's doing. So, everyone talks about this Miami offense being unstoppable, but we've seen 2 good defenses, the Bills and the Eagles, kind of grind it, giving up 17 and 20 apiece. So I'm intrigued by this. I too kind of feel like this is a good spot for Miami. I feel like they need this more than Kansas City does. Kansas City, we do this, like you said, every year. It feels like they just get disinterested in the regular season. They're like, wake us come playoff time. But I am intrigued to see what this Miami offense can do against a really, really good Kansas City squad. Like, we're just not used to Kansas City's defense, to me, being the bigger story than their offense.
Since Tyreek Hill left Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes has only 2 touchdowns of 20 or more yards.
Yeah.
Since he arrived in Miami, Tua's touchdowns of 20 or more yards have quadrupled.
I dislike Tyreek Hill immensely. I think he is a grade A scumbag. I really do. I think he is a legit.
Then he beat up his kid or break his kid's arm or something?
Yes. Well, and he'll claim no, but I think he's a scumbag. I think he is a wife and a kid beater. I think he's a bad human being. That being said, I don't think we appreciate how good he is on the field. Tyreek Hill is special. I cannot recall a faster and more dynamic player, maybe ever. He is. I'm trying to think of who I would compare him to.
Speed-wise?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen fast guys in the NFL, but he is fast and he's shifty. And he is unique. When Gronk was at his peak, I always said that to me there wasn't a tougher matchup in the NFL than Rob Gronkowski. Like, what do? You can't put a safety on him. He'll just run right by him. Good luck, or he'll just be more physical. You put a linebacker on him, he runs right by him. You can't put a corner on him. He'll just box you out. I think Tyreek Hill has some of that. God forbid, with where their offense is, that you end up with a safety or a linebacker on him. Have fun with that. You want to put a small corner on him. He's so physical that doesn't work. And a big corner, well, he can run by anyone, let alone a big corner. I think he is the most unique matchup in the NFL. There's speed, and then there's Tyreek Hill game speed, and he is just that dynamic. And look, Kansas City won a Super Bowl without him, so it's not like they they can't do it. But their offense is nowhere near what it was once he left.
Yeah,
and we've seen
not as dynamic down the
field.
field.
We've seen what they, like you said, what he's meant for Miami.
This game only on the NFL Network. It kicks off at 6:30 on Sunday in the morning. So
Yeah, that's a little.
I don't know how many people are going to see it. I mean, of course.
That's a little early for me.
Daylight savings ends, so
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that
That's
the
right.
extra hour might allow people to wake up early.
That's true.
And speaking of this game specifically, did you see when Miami left to go to
Yes.
Frankfurt compared to
I
Kansas
did,
City?
yeah. KC only just got there, I think,
Today.
today,
Yeah.
and Miami had been there.
They've been
That's
there
an
for
advantage
5
for
days.
Miami.
I don't like that at
From
all.
anybody who's been over there,
Yeah.
it takes
gets you.
It takes several days.
Yeah, this may be we get a little rob in the
Miami
bank. You got a little play.
Ah,
Although it scares you though, because they just don't beat good teams.
I don't like to step in front of Kansas City.
Yeah.
But I think Kansas City has been one of those elite teams that it's been easier to recognize when you don't want to bet on them. Let's put it that way. Like
Yeah.
you don't bet on them every week. They go through these stretches, and they seem to be in one right now. So I don't know if I'll play Miami, but I'm not playing Kansas City in this spot.
Yeah.
But there will come a time when Kansas City, they do this every year. They will go on a 5-game stretch where they absolutely annihilate the point spread.
Yeah.
Every game.
Yep.
It's how they roll.
This is a tough one though too, because they've got Miami, and then they turn around and they got the Eagles.
Okay, so there's another reason to dislike Kansas City here.
Yep.
Is they may be looking ahead. They're like, Frankfurt,
yeah.
well, I want to just go play the Eagles.
You would assume though that after that pathetic 9-point performance against the Broncos, that if you're going to get Kansas City's attention, you're going to get it after that.
Did you see what Nick Lowry said?
No.
Do you know who he is?
Nick
The-
Lowry.
Well, he's the old Kansas City kicker.
Oh, that Nick? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's still alive.
All right.
He said, quote, I'm just going to say this once. I adore my Chiefs. I love Patrick. I love Travis. And it's been fun witnessing the Taylor factor as long as it's not a distraction. However,
Oh, God.
here it comes. Yeah, you ready for this? He said,
No, I'm not ready.
when I saw Travis watching the World Series in Texas on a Friday night before a road game, do I have to finish this sentence? We don't know what time he got home on Friday night, but it's a distraction and it's not a good message to the team. That from the old ass
Go away.
Nick Lowry.
Go away.
Have you seen the Tay numbers?
I'm just saying, you're trying to tell me that arguably the greatest tight end in NFL history, multiple Super Bowl champ, who, again, Kansas City's best player, not named Patrick Mahomes, and you're telling me that he can't. The reason why they lost is because he went to a World Series game on Friday. Cool.
He's supposed to be studying playbook at 10 p.m. at night? I don't know.
That from a kicker.
Can't be
cool.
doing that.
Yeah, apparently you can't. No, with the Tay numbers.
Yeah, Tay. So with her, Taylor Swift,
Mhm.
for those who don't know, with her in attendance, the Chiefs are 4-0. They are averaging 28.5 points per game, and Travis Kelce has 108 receiving yards per game.
Yeah.
Without her in attendance, they are 2-2, 18 points a game, and he only has 50 receiving yards per game.
So what
She will not be there in Frankfurt. She's traveling.
Oh, I think her tour is starts in South America.
Yeah, she's somewhere else.
So she's probably won't be at any more of these because she's on
Yet
tour.
another reason.
That's it.
Dude,
Fade the
Miami
Chiefs.
by a million.
They're gonna get rolled.
Thanks, Nick Lowry.
Watch them get rolled now. I'm not touching that game with a 10-foot pole.
No, but that'll be a fun one to get up and watch.
Kansas City has earned. They have earned the right to have a couple flubs.
Well, they always do.
That one against the Lions, and now this one. But Kansas City. When's the last time Kansas City went on a 2-game losing streak? I want to look back.
That's a good question.
Because they got the Eagles. If they drop this one and then going into Philly, I want to go back and look because boy, they don't lose.
No, they usually bounce back
Yes.
and win after a loss. They don't necessarily cover all the time, but they.
I want to look here. So they didn't lose in 2022. So we go back to 2021. Okay, there you go. So I guess at the start of the year. Nope, that was start of the year. They lost 2 in a row. So
To who?
they lost to the Baltimore Ravens, and then they lost to the Los Angeles Chargers, and then they ripped off 11 in a row. So.
All right. In the news is coming up next. We've got. I've got an upcoming concert calendar for you. Oh, and Jeff Bezos is leaving the Northwest.
Yeah, now we all have to panic, right?
I know I am. So those items coming up here in the news. Here's Schulte.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, the 6th-ranked Oregon Ducks hosting the Cal Bears tomorrow afternoon down at Autzen Stadium. They are 24.5-point favorites in that one. Kickoff set for 2:30 on Pac-12 Network. Don't miss live coverage right here on the Fan starting at 10 a.m. with Ducks Game Day. You got Dirk, Dusty, and Anthony Newman, and of course you got post-game coverage wrapped up after the game with Jason Swigard and Will Ortner. Number 16, Oregon State hitting the road to face Colorado at Folsom Field. Got some Pac-12 after dark action tomorrow. The Beavers favored by 13.5. Kickoff set for 7 on ESPN. In the NFL, Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski announcing quarterback Deshaun Watson will be back under center on Sunday against the Cardinals, though Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray, he is making the trip to Cleveland, but still officially questionable for Sunday's game. Bad news for Steelers linebacker Cole Holcomb. He is out for the rest of the year after suffering a torn ACL in last night's win over the Titans. In the association, the Blazers begin their in-season tournament tonight at Moda Center. They host the 0-5 Memphis Grizzlies. Scoot Henderson out with that ankle injury he suffered against the Pistons. The Blazers are 3.5-point underdogs at home. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. One game in progress right now on the association schedule. The Pacers, in about 4 minutes to go in the first, lead the Cavaliers 22-17. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on every game at Spirit Mountain with a sportsbook powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 90.
And hello, thank you so much. Appreciate you. It is National Sandwich Day. I know you love a good sandwich.
Only if it's warm.
Oh, really?
I got no time for cold cuts.
Is that right?
It's amateur hour. Get it the hell out of here.
So you warm up every sandwich you make at home?
Yeah, all right, I want it. I hate the cold sandwich.
Okay, so but you'll eat. You'll do like a cold cut sandwich, but you'll just warm it up.
Yes.
Okay.
Or it's got to have some sort of grilled bread on it.
Yeah.
If you try to bring me, you're like, hey, let's go to lunch. And you're like, let's just get some cold ass bread with some cold ingredients. I'll tell you to go take that cold and cram it somewhere.
Is this a new thing for you?
No.
You've always been this
I've
way?
always been that
I've
way.
never heard this.
I want
From you.
I want it run through a toaster. I want it like some sort of panini press. Like, why would I have cold meat and cold bread when I can have a crisp, nice char on there?
You know who agrees with you? My wife.
Yeah.
She had a leftover sandwich from somewhere in the fridge, and this morning she pulled out, or this lunchtime, she pulled out our waffle maker. We don't have a panini press.
Yeah. Same thing.
She pulled out the waffle maker and threw it in there.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing?
It's a source.
She's like, look.
Yeah, it's a source of contention
I
with
need this toasted.
with some people and me, because I just nothing I hate worse than when you're just.
I agree with you.
It's like, hey, what are we doing for lunch? Oh, let's get a cold cut sandwich. Yeah, no. I'll ask, do they heat that thing up there? And if you are making a sandwich at home, throw the meat in the microwave for like 20, 30 seconds, throw the bread in the toaster, and now we're talking. It's not that hard.
And that's such a refreshing sandwich, like cold with the sauce. I love that.
A cold sandwich?
Yeah. I mean, I like
Yeah,
hot
I'm okay with it
sandwiches,
too, but I would prefer it warm. Like, if you give me the choice, I mean,
I'll
warm
even
is-
just toast the bread and leave all the ingredients cold, too.
Yeah, but if the bread's warm, again, I can somewhat get down with that. It's not going to be my favorite, but again, at least I'm getting the nice juxtaposition of
that
the
crunch.
the crunch and
What
the
if
nice.
you have? So if you have a nice warm bread with a little slightly melted cheese,
I'm okay.
then everything else can be tomato, lettuce,
Sure,
cold cut.
I'm okay with that.
You're fine with that.
It's not going to be my favorite, but that's acceptable.
What's your favorite sandwich?
Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah. That's it, huh?
You can't go wrong with it.
So good.
Philly cheesesteak is perfection. Or if you catch me in the right mood, you might get me to say a Monte Cristo.
And that's
That's where you have like
ham and
where you get like the French toast. It's more of a breakfast brunch type
Like a
sandwich.
swirl,
Yeah.
like bread,
Yeah.
hot milk.
Yep, and then you're gonna get you get like a nice Gruyere, and you're gonna get some ham, and maybe like throw some jam in there. There's gonna be a slice of tomato.
Cookies.
I know it's like a TGI McScratchy's brunch place, but I think it's way better than like those cheesy places. The La Provence,
Yeah.
they have a Monte Cristo there.
Is it good?
It's delightful.
Yeah, that's a good restaurant. I like that.
Yeah.
place.
You don't find the Monte Cristo
No,
very
it's
often.
not. It's not often on the menu.
Which is why, like, when I stumble across it, I'll always ask them, like, hey, we doing something good here? And you can tell the waiter will usually give you the.
There are tells.
Yeah, they're like, nah, no one orders that.
It is also National Jersey Friday. What is the best sports jersey?
Like, to wear, to look.
Look. Well, because you don't wear jerseys. I don't
No,
either.
I don't wear jerseys. I mean, I own one or two. Like,
You know
when
this Jersey guy, Schulte.
yeah,
over there.
Schultz is a Jersey
He's
guy.
in his Mariners 54% startup jacket today.
Right.
That's right.
Or starter
I'm
jacket.
partial, but the Mariners teal is pretty cool. Although I would say the Diamondbacks with their red and then kind of the teal blue,
Really, you like
the
that?
gold. I think it's one of the coolest jerseys around. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you know me, I'm a classic guy. I think the throwback is always better than the modern one. So I tend to steer towards classic stuff. Like, I know people don't like him, but the Dallas Cowboys, it's a great look.
Those last week, those darks.
Yeah.
I love it when they wear those darks with the.
They're just,
Oh my God.
they're fantastic. I'm always partial to the Red Wings and the winged wheel. I love it. Sneaky one for me, and they broke them out, and I don't know why they ever went away from them. The old Houston Oilers.
Yeah.
I love the baby blues. And so anytime someone does that, like when the Kansas City Royals go with the Bo Jackson baby blues, it makes my sports pants tight.
Cardinals have the baby blues.
Yep.
Phillies have the baby blues.
Love them.
Blue Jays have the baby
It's
blues.
the best look in sports.
Hot Cowboys take. I actually prefer the older white helmet with the star
Do you?
to the silver.
Oh.
It's just so clean. It looks so much better in my opinion, anyway.
They don't do it as much, but they used to have the silver green pants. Like it was like I don't know how to describe it. There's like
Yeah.
a green tint to their silver
I
pants.
remember those.
love that. I did my back tile in my kitchen in that. I took it into like a tile place,
Little stars on 'em.
and I said I want this color, and the guy's like, I think we can manage that.
Freshman football season canceled at McNary.
Oh, for God's
I
sakes!
know you're disappointed in that.
Wait, aren't we done with football? Like we're in the playoffs. Like why is freshman football canceled? Like football's winding
Yeah,
down.
freshmen don't even play in the playoffs. They're done as of like 2 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
what do we?
I don't know. I saw it on the news.
Oh, okay.
I'm your newsman.
Oh,
What do you want from me?
What do we? Did someone get us? Was there some sort of hazing
Yeah,
thing?
that's from my stomping grounds. Makes me a little.
Oh, does it? Yeah. Well, there 5 boys were arrested for harassment.
Yeah,
Victims were assaulted in the locker room.
yeah, teabag someone or inserted
Well,
something.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't say, thankfully.
Yeah,
but
it's-
we all know how that goes.
Yep, that's
Down there at McNary.
unfortunately.
And it's weird that my wife had a hot take on this. She was like, "Wait, they're freshmen?" She goes, it's usually like the upperclassmen
That are
and, like,
picking on
bullying
the youngers.
youngers. It's the freshmen
Freshman,
picking on other freshmen.
freshman on freshman violence. Yeah, you can't like. Hazing there used to be a kind of a code of conduct to hazing, but boy, there seems to be everyone's just is trying to insert things, and you can't. We need to knock that off. It's not good.
Upcoming concerts. A lot of good stuff coming in November and December around here.
Yeah.
We've got Wheeler Walker Jr. at the Roseland.
Are you familiar with?
I am. That's why I put him. That's why I put it on the list. I think he's hilarious.
I may have to go check out Wheeler Walker Jr. If you don't know him, he's not a real guy. He's
a bit.
He's doing bits.
Yeah.
It's a comedian that plays. If you think of like Kenny Powers as a country music singer, that's Wheeler Walker Jr.
His song about boobs is just delightful.
Flop him out. Let me see. Yeah.
He'll be at the Roseland on Sunday. Devo is here
he
next
coming
week.
this Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
This Sunday.
I'm getting thorny. I don't know if I can pull both of those off.
Devo is here at Rev Hall.
Really? That's still
yeah.
a thing?
Apparently,
Crack that whip.
Do they
Yeah,
have a song other than Crack That Whip?
I don't know. They were a big deal back in the
Do
day.
they still wear those dumb red plastic pots on their head?
Yeah.
Funny fact about
They do.
Devo that I think maybe people my age, or actually you guys have kids that watch TV in the 90s, so you would understand. Mark Mothersbaugh, one of their main members or founding members, he's actually the writer for like a ton of theme songs for Nickelodeon and Disney, like kid channel shows. It's pretty cool. He's got an extensive career besides his Devo.
Okay. Well, I would imagine they all had to. I mean,
I would assume.
that was a long ass time
Yeah.
ago. But those shows are sold out. They're Wednesday and Thursday of next week at
Really?
Rev Hall. Yeah.
Boy, I'm not going to lie. I had no idea that Devo was still.
You guys just S on him. Well, a long time ago.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, hey, they have a following.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
another
if
band
you
on
sell
this.
it out, good for them.
Another band on this list that look, I don't want to put them in the same category as Devo, but they have I'm only saying this because they have a really strong following.
Mm-hmm.
On the 28th of November, Depeche Mode will be here, and they're playing at Moda Center. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
They have a lot of fans
Yeah.
who still.
Depeche Mode is significantly different than Devo.
They are, but I'm just saying they
Yeah.
just have really a deep, not old, but just a deep fan base.
Yeah.
There's just
Even though
a
they
lot of P1s of Depeche Mode.
yeah, you may not think of them as a big
Exactly.
old band. My buddy used to run the amphitheater up there for 15 years at the Clark Kent Amphitheater, and he would tell you all the time that the shows that they made money on were shows like Devo.
Like Devo?
Or not Devo,
Depeche Mode.
Depeche Mode.
Yeah.
Because he said when you got the big groups like Pearl Jam and you know, they cost so much to get them to come play, you don't make a lot of money. But he said there were some bands like Depeche Mode, or what was another one like that they made, like Train or whatever, right?
Ugh.
Where it didn't cost a lot to get them to come play, but they could.
But their fans
but
are
their fans
crazy.
fans show up,
They're
and
rabid.
those are the ones that you make money on. So those venues, dude, their lifeblood is shows like Depeche Mode, not necessarily the big boys, because it's just they just cost so much.
We also have Jonas Brothers at Moda Center next week.
All right.
For all you ladies, I guess. I don't
Hey,
know.
that's Jonas Brothers again.
That's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
One
That's-
single again now, right? Yeah, just divorced his wifey, so.
Yeah, he divorced the
the girl from
Sophie
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Lauren Hill will be here, Moda Center, on the 10th. When's that? That's Friday?
this is gonna be weird, but
It's Friday.
I have a vendetta against her.
Wow, I think she's great.
I do too, and I went and saw her, and it was the worst. Like she didn't show up for like 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah,
And
she's
the show was bad?
yeah. She's
man.
She's that. You don't remember that? She's
Yeah,
like
I
she
do.
claims like she wasn't in the mood and wasn't feeling the crowd, and
Yeah.
she's a. I love her music.
She's tough.
I love her music, but she will never get my money.
I hear you.
I'm over that.
Travis Scott next Sunday at Moda.
I'm guessing that is a very, very, very big deal.
Aerosmith, the 25th of November at Moda.
I didn't know they were still together.
They're touring.
Well, that may be a pass for me.
Yeah, I'll miss that one too.
Yeah, sorry.
Walk
Depeche
this way
Mode.
for the 100th time.
Yeah, all right. I think they've seen much better days. They may be going into my Willie Nelson category where I love you, man. I've seen you plenty of times, but I don't want to remember you this way.
How about this? On the 30th of November, Anthony Jeselnik will be at the Schnitz.
Oh, okay.
And he's pretty funny.
He's pretty
dark,
but
funny.
he's a raw comedian.
I haven't seen or heard of anything from him for a while, so that'd be interesting.
He's coming. I think Dane Cook's coming to A.
Is he?
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle, Moda Center, 7th of December.
Yeah.
Saw Louis C.K. at the Schnitz. I think it was last year, and oh my goodness, I would say, yeah, that's some other dark comedy as well. If he comes
He's-
back into town, catch that one. Too.
Yeah, he's back. He's been I guess it's been uncanceled.
Uncanceled, yeah.
Then we have Portugal the Man, Crystal Ballroom on the 11th of December, and Kristen Chenoweth with the Oregon Symphony at the Schnitz on the 14th.
Boy, that is a nice little.
Isn't that a good month?
That's a great month and a half of shows.
6 weeks, yeah, 6 weeks of shows there, and then nobody's around for Christmas or anything, but
I think Trans-Siberian Orchestra, right?
I went and
Well,
saw that
yeah.
last year.
TSO, that's a good show.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, my wife was a little. The lights we're both a little sensitive to it, but the songs were so cool. And I'm a Christmas fiend.
I'm excited.
It's good.
I'm excited for this.
Yeah, it's good.
There's definitely something in there that
It's
you
good
got to
stuff
mix
in
in.
there.
And Tony Starlight, holiday special.
He's coming back.
Yeah, like December 17th.
Hell yeah.
So there you go.
Jeff Bezos is leaving Seattle. That story next on The Fan.
The Ducks pass a big test.
Bo kept it present. Franklin wide open. Touchdown, Oregon. Bo, I thought he had given it to Bucky. I think Utah thought he did too.
And they can see what's at the finish line.
Joel Klatt, who was calling the game, saying afterwards,
have the big news out of Seattle that Jeff Bezos is leaving.
Yeah, he gone.
He is moving. He's been in Seattle since 1994.
Going to Florida.
He's going to Miami.
Isn't he from there, though?
I think it says here that he spent some high school years there.
Yeah.
And his parents are there. Yeah. And
his lady apparently likes it.
His lady likes it, but also his, what do you call it, the space penis that he has?
Yeah, the space dong.
Yeah. That's a big thing down there at Cape Canaveral.
Well, and can I...
So he wants to be closer to his space dong.
If you're worth... What is he worth? 200 billion, 150 billion, whatever it is. So you got a space dong. You're worth a couple $100 billion. Why would you choose to live in Seattle? And if you seen him now, he's like all high-teed and he's all shirtless and tan, and his gal's always running around like in a thong. Like, why wouldn't you be in Miami? I mean,
based on what we know of him now over the last 5 years or so, he was destined to move to Miami.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Well, I mean, I know that everyone makes fun of Florida. As well you should. Have you seen the Florida games, by the way, that they're doing?
The Florida what?
Yeah, they're doing Florida Man games. They're putting on...
Oh, yeah.
And one of them is going to be a police evasion drill where, like, real cops are going to chase people. But look, like, you can make fun of Florida all you want, but if you've got money, Florida's a pretty kick-ass place. Go down to Key West sometime and mill around there for a week and tell me if you can't see yourself being like, well, maybe I will be here for a while. Especially when you have $100 million.
So he already
$100 billion.
He has it looks like he's worth $165 billion. That's all.
Sissy.
He already has lavish properties in Miami. He's in that billionaire bunker area.
Yeah.
Where his neighbors will be Tom Brady and Ivanka Trump.
Must be nice.
Yeah. So he's out of here.
Yeah.
And he says it's bittersweet because he loves Seattle. But he's no longer CEO at Amazon. So.
No. Is he keeping his place or is he selling it? I mean,
that's a good question.
Do you have to sell? I mean, why would you sell? You're freaking
right.
Jeff Bezos.
He needs some cash, I think. So
is that a thing? Like, you just hold on to it? I don't know. I'm assuming, like, when you're that, don't you just live, like, everywhere? Like, where do you live? Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
But you got a space dong, so you don't have to live on Earth. You can go live in orbit somewhere. That's a whole different life.
Well, imagine his tax. He's 59.
Yeah.
Imagine the tax implications of him living in Florida and not Washington.
I'm assuming with his lawyers and whatnot.
He's probably already around all that.
Exactly.
Taxes.
Yeah. Like, what?
What are those?
Yeah, it's a whole other.
Why do you think I'm worth $165 billion?
Yeah, something tells me that guy's just not handing over money to the government. I'd like to see his Swiss bank accounts.
Hey, I want to try that.
I think you have to have, like, you got to have more money than you think. I got a buddy of mine that makes a bunch of money, and I was asking him about that, and he's like, oh, no. He's like, you got to have, like, in order to skirt the system like that, you got to have way more than just a few bucks. Yeah. You got to have,
So you're telling me I can't?
No, you can't. You can't skirt the system.
Rats. All right, well.
Believe me, I think he's true.
Haven't we all? I mean, not me.
No, I would never do that.
Okay, we got to go. That's in the news. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. We've got a little bit of quarterback news, some interesting moves at Colorado with Deion Sanders, and why the WNBA deal with Portland fell apart. We have Ropp in the Bank. We have Joey Harrington. We have so much coming up. Stay there. 4:58 on The Fan.
Many people don't know that vehicles
Rop and Sook's. Rop, that's Sook right over there.
Right here.
Ryan Buckley had his baby. It's a boy.
Yes.
Named Maze.
Maze Buckley weighing like 9.5 pounds. They got a little hoss coming there.
Popped that little dude out at 2:00 this afternoon.
Mama's doing great.
As far as you know.
Well, that's what we were told. And we saw a little picture of the little guy, or big little guy, and he looked adorable. That little cap that they wear, whoever makes those baby hats and the blankets, man, they have owned that market for like 1,000 years. Like a Civil War baby was wearing that same thing, that same weird little hat and the little blanket that they wrap him in.
Well, why would you switch it up?
You would think at this point, Big Blanket would have gotten in on the, like there'd be a competitor, but no, every baby has that same blanket and that same hat. It's the
little
damnedest thing.
Where's Waldo hat on him?
Yeah, that little stripe. It's like the pink and blue stripe thing.
It's cute.
It's like universal.
Well, they're doing great. So congrats to the Buckleys. Jordan is here for the foreseeable future until Buckley gets off of the government teat.
Yeah, happy Friday.
12 weeks of government teat. He's already gotten free meals at the hospital. He got a $30 food voucher, for God's sake.
Yeah, he won't pay for a meal until February. And by the way, he is going to come back 8,000 pounds.
I know. I'm kind of excited about it. Look, Buck, I think, like a lot of us, he swells and contracts driftwood style. And yes, you are so right. There is going to be casseroles and crab rangoons. He's gaining at least 25 pounds off this.
You mentioned a casserole.
Yeah.
We will follow up with Joey Harrington. It appeared, because last week we interviewed him, and he said a friend brought him, or was talking about bringing him a casserole for his after he had knee surgery.
And then no casseroled him.
But he was joking.
Yeah.
And you can't joke about that kind of thing. So it sounds like Joey got a casserole.
Oh, I saw the photo of it. It looked delightful.
So we're going to ask him about that. We'll talk about the Ducks, whether he thinks the Beavers rivalry game should continue, and all of that will be at 5:30. We'll have Rop in the Bank, our picks against the spread, coming up next. Club 1080 tonight. News on Yellowstone. The real estate broker industry is about to change big time. I don't know if you've been following any of that news, but it's kind of interesting. And the crypto creep got sentenced.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't get sentenced. He got
convicted.
He's going away.
Yeah.
So all of that in the club 6 to 7. I do have one quick follow-up according to our text police out there. That Aerosmith show I mentioned in the concert calendar. That show has been canceled, as well as all other Aerosmith shows.
Dude,
because
Aerosmith sucks?
No, Steven Tyler has a voice problem.
Again, Aerosmith sucks. I think his voice problem is that he can't sing anymore.
Yeah, he's getting old, and maybe they should just pack it away.
Guess.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Guess Steven Tyler's age?
71.
No, 77.
75.
Oh, okay. Well, look, not all voices, that register that he sings in, you're not going to be able to keep that up when you're 75. Go listen to Axl Rose right now.
No thanks. I'll listen to me, though.
Rockin' to the door.
So damn talented.
Why don't they should call me.
Kind of do like a...
I'll perform for him.
Who's the...
You got another thing coming.
Who's the guy that sings with Queen now? Adam Lambert?
Yeah. He's good.
It's Aerosmith with Isaac Robb. I can see you in some slithery blouses and some scarves.
Give me some some eyeliner.
Yeah, a nipple ring on there, and a serpenty rock god out there.
Let's go. All right. Well, I think we're ready to go with the very hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
The Blazers are playing in the in-season tournament tonight. They are hosting Memphis.
No one seems to know. They asked one of the Clippers players about it.
About what?
The in-season tournament. And he responded with, I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what it is. And then he just started laughing. No, not even the players know.
Yeah, they've done a pretty poor job of getting us to understand what the hell's going on with that thing. But this game tonight against Memphis is an in-season tournament game.
All of these are. They got the special.
Oh, they all are.
Yeah. See, this is everyone's got
the special court.
They got the special court in the unis. So these are all like in-season tournament games, but no one seems to know, including the players.
Well, the Grizzlies are 0-5.
Yeah.
The spread on this, if we're going hashtag fade the Blazers, who've won 2 in a row, by the way.
Yeah. Do we dare?
The spread is 3.5 in favor of Memphis.
Do we dare take the Blazers in the points?
No, I will not. You will not find me on the Blazers at any point.
0-5?
Well, they got to win at some point. Now, there's 2 games here. There's 2 Memphis games. There's one tonight, and then there's one on Sunday.
Yeah.
I just wonder if maybe the Blazers win tonight if we don't just load up on Memphis on Sunday. They got to win at some point. I mean, they're not that bad, are they?
I don't know. They're down a lot of guys. I mean, no Ja, no Steven Adams.
Well, Bane's out there. Jackson's out there. I mean, they're fine.
All right. I'm not
touching it.
Yeah, slowly back away.
What else do I have for you, you ask? Well, Oregon Live is reporting that the Portland WNBA deal fell through due to an icy relationship between the commissioner of the league and the local prospective owner, Kirk Brown.
Yeah, it turns out that he was uncomfortable with, he wanted a name. He wanted them to be the Rip City Royalty.
Yeah.
And apparently they thought that name was problematic, which is the dumbest thing in the world. Royalty would somehow be problematic. And then, what was the other one? Oh, well, he had a business venture.
Yeah, he owns
Shot 360?
some gyms or something. And
Yeah.
They thought it was a conflict of interest, and they wanted him to sell.
So basically,
he backed out.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. Also, too, that Zoom Info stock fell like by 56%, so there may have been something to do with that. But it sounds like this had nothing to do with the Moda Center, which is what the Blazers were saying all along. And I don't know why the WNBA would just be forthright about that, saying that the ownership group fell through.
Weird. Deshaun Watson is in for the Browns this weekend against the Arizona Cardinals. There is no word yet on Kyler Murray. He is listed questionable, but he is going to make the trip.
Yeah,
so it'll be either him or Clayton Tune.
The head coach said that they were going to make the decision on the airplane.
Yeah.
Which is...
Or in the morning.
Very weird, but all right.
I mean, does it matter?
No, not really, but I kind of want to...
Clayton Tune?
I want to see... Exactly. If Kyler Murray's healthy, you're telling me you're going with Clayton Tune?
Right. That's why I think Murray's going to play.
Murray's going to play.
So it's going to be Murray against Watson.
Yeah.
Which 3 years ago would have been great.
Yeah, yes, it would have been. Would have been a marquee matchup. Dude, Murray's got a lot to play for, though. Man, he's playing for his job. Although I still think no matter what he does, I think he's out of there next year.
We have a new play caller for Colorado this weekend against Oregon State. Coach Prime has promoted Pat Shurmur from analyst to coach. The OC, whose name is Sean Lewis, will still signal plays in. Shurmur is a former NFL head coach with the Giants and Browns. Interesting move.
Yeah, because their offense hasn't been bad. Their offense has been pretty good. Their offensive line is terrible. And you would think if anyone was going to lose play calling duties, it'd be the defensive coordinator. But, you know, here we go. I think at this point, if you're Colorado, you're just fighting to get to a bowl game, and I'm not certain that it's there. It still should be viewed as a success because you went from one of the worst teams in college football to, you know, it's been a good year regardless, but I think now maybe you're kind of grasping at straws. Yeah. He's not going to solve your offensive line issues.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess in Prime's defense, you got to try something.
I guess.
Shake it up.
I would try something on defense, but maybe there's not another guy. Maybe he just likes some of the idea that Shurmur is bringing to the table, or I don't know. Maybe his kid doesn't like the way Lewis is calling plays.
Or Shurmur came to him and be like, let's move this Lewis guy out of here.
Possible.
Michigan has fired football analyst Connor Stallions amid an NCAA investigation into sign stealing. Of course, the Wolverines, according to sources, have used an elaborate scouting system to steal signals from future opponents since at least 2021, and the guy behind it all was this guy, and he is now fired. He was originally just on leave.
Yeah. By the way,
investigated.
It's not even alleged anymore. I mean, there's a million pieces of video coming out. Have you seen some of the video about him standing next to coaches and you can read his lips?
No.
They've got one.
See, Purdue said today that they have video of people filming them.
Yeah, but no, there's now video of him standing next to coordinators like during the Michigan game from 2 years ago, and you can read him clear as day say outside run, and then watching Michigan's safeties come flying up and him saying edge pressure, and then Michigan checking into the other side of things. Like they have him dead to rights. How anyone, although there is someone on the station that keeps trying to drive that narrative that this isn't going to be a big deal and that this is just going to blow over.
Freaking Swigard.
It's not going to end well. It just won't. And now you have the Big Ten coaches that are pushing for the Big Ten to do something right now, something this year.
Do you think, okay, let me ask you this real quick, because we've got other stuff to tend to.
We got other fish.
Do you think that Michigan is unable to play in the playoff this year?
No. I think there is a chance that Jim Harbaugh will not be their coach in that playoff, though.
Okay.
But Michigan will. I do not believe that they have the balls to do that. Plus, I think Michigan would sue. So to me, the one that could happen, the most logical one, is Harbaugh gets suspended for the rest of the year.
Got it.
Because this is up to the Big Ten now, right? The NCAA, I think they...
Well, again, when the NCAA, they would have to file a notice of allegations.
Yeah.
And then once that's filed, Michigan has 90 days to appeal it. So by the time the NCAA had anything, the season would be long gone. The Big Ten does have the authority, if they wanted to step in and say, no, we are going to do something about this. Do they have the balls to take on Michigan and Jim Harbaugh?
I don't see it until after the season.
So...
All right, Victor Rico's Mexican Food brings you the Hot 5 at 5. They are the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Our picks against the spread coming up next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on The Fan.
Here's
Right back. I gotta
don't mind
the
me.
restroom or whatever.
I think we've all been there.
And then he goes out to the waiting room and feverishly texts USC +3. That is one of his picks, by the way.
All right.
If we start in college, I'll just let him go first because, well, wait, I got to give the records. Okay, so last week, Big Zook, 1-3, -8 units.
1-3. I thought it should have been 2-2.
I have you 1-3. What did I miss?
I'll have to go back and look. I had myself at 2-2, but all right.
Yeah, well, I may have made a mistake, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I was 4-1, plus 14 units. Had a great weekend in Vegas, and I needed it. Buck 4-3 plus 2 units last week. So here are the overall records. Sukanik 16-23 minus 24 units.
Yep. Started off hot, and it's just been a rough 3 weeks.
I am 14-13 minus 2 units, and Buck is 25-27 minus 2 units. Buckley has USC +3 for 2 units. Oklahoma State against Oklahoma. The Cowboys are catching 6 from the Sooners. He likes the pokes. He's taking Kansas State +4 at Texas, also for 2 units. Those 3 are all for 2. And then he's got, he's betting on the Iowa Northwestern under.
Oh, why not?
30.5 for 3 units.
That's been bumped up because at one point that was, I think, 29, and that would have been the lowest over-under of all time. And I think it's been bumped up to now tied for the lowest of all time, which was Iowa versus someone earlier this year. And by the way, I'd like to point out that still went under by like 9 points.
Crazy. All right, I've got 2 college picks. We'll start there. Schultze's going to get in on this action, too.
Let's go, Schulte.
Got a good parlay for tonight, so.
Nice. Oh, yeah, I got to mention, too, Buck has the Grizzlies tonight. Hashtag fade the Blazers.
Fade the Blazers.
I hate to do this. I got to join Buckley. I think I'm going to take USC.
Okay.
And this is merely a play against the public because the public has pounded Washington.
Yeah.
And I know that looks sexy. I even thought that when I looked at the lines at first. I'm like, what? Only 3? And I know Hugh Offill from A&A yesterday said, Washington should kill USC. He has no faith in USC. But I don't like how Washington's been playing.
Yeah.
And USC can get after the quarterback, which is the one Hail Mary their defense has against Penix. And, you've been saying this all week. It's quite often when we count a team out, especially as one as talented as USC, they jump up and bite someone.
Yeah, one last
This
gas.
might be their last stand. And they have good coaches. At least Lincoln Riley. This has upset written all over it. I'm not kidding, man. I am going to go against the public. I'm going to take USC, the points at home, 31-30, and the Trojans, ironically, win the game on a safety.
Wouldn't that be something? I'm going to stick in college with you here, and I'm going to go 3 units, Notre Dame. I'll go ahead and lay the 3.
Sorry, 3-unit play for me there.
3 units. I think the only reason this is 3 because it's still Clemson. It's at Clemson. They're 4-4. They're bad.
Wait, what's the spread? Notre Dame what?
Notre Dame -3.
Playing at Clemson?
Playing at Clemson. I'm going to go ahead and take Notre Dame in that.
All right. Fading Clemson.
Fading Clemson. And then the other one is I'll go ahead and I'll lay the 3 with another 3 unit. I'm going to be with Alabama. I think Alabama takes care of business against LSU. And I was thinking about taking SC, but the fact that you guys are both on SC...
take Washington.
I'll go 3 units. Let's take the Huskies.
Nice. You need a spark.
I need a spark anyways. There you go. 3 3-unit plays in college.
Okay.
I'm betting on Penix.
3. All right. Schulte, what do you got?
Let's start off in college for me. I like the Oregon State-Colorado total. Seems pretty high, 61.5. Both teams have been scored a lot of points at different times this year.
Okay.
I think Oregon State has a lot to try to deal with after last week's debacle. So they're going to be scoring a lot of points. I think Colorado, they're going to be trying to score as well, over 61.5 for 2 units on that 7 o'clock tomorrow night matchup.
Love that. I'm going to stick with that game. I really like the Beavers. And now notably, the Beavers on the road scare the living daylights out of me. I've been bringing that up all week. But in this particular spot against this team, I think this line is way too low. Oregon State is way better than Colorado. The spread is only 13.5. I think they're going to drum them. Coming off a road loss, I think Colorado has their attention. And then when you look at the matchups here, you start to salivate. Oregon State's offensive line, Colorado's offensive line is weak. Enough said. This line is just too low. It's hard to trust Oregon State on the road, but in this particular spot, they get it done. Oregon State, 45, Colorado, 2.
Ooh. And can I mention really quickly, Rob, I believe some books are still giving you a 12.5-point line on that one.
Damn,
so if you
dude.
can find that.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a 5-unit play for me, guys.
All right, we jumping over to the NFL.
I have 2 from the league.
All right. My first one for the league is I'm going to go 5 units right off the get-go here.
Here we go.
Hashtag fade the Chargers. And I'm going with the Jets, Jets.
Great pick.
3.5. I love that I get the hook. And sneaky here, because I know the Jets aren't very good, but realize that when the Jets have played the elite quarterbacks this year, they've given up 16 to Buffalo and beat them. They only gave up 23 to Kansas City, should have won that game. They held Jalen Hurts to 20. They give good quarterbacks problems, and Justin Herbert is a good quarterback, but that offense I don't trust, and they're having to go on the road to New York. I think that the Chargers can win, but I love that hook. I think the Chargers win by 3, 5 units on my Jets, Jets.
Well, Big Zook, you stole my thunder. I too have a 5-unit play on the Jets. I couldn't agree more. Coaching. How often do you see the better defense? And by the way, better defense by a mile. Jets versus Chargers. Catching points at home in primetime? Yes, please. The Chargers have the worst defense in the league. Their coach tries to blow it constantly. Meanwhile, the Jets just plug along. They have a winning record. That's because they're well coached. They play great defense. Zach Wilson is improving. This, dude, this is such a lock. I almost want to go 10, but I'm not because it's Zach Wilson. That's the only thing holding me back here. 5-unit play Jets. I think they win outright, 23-6.
Schultz, you got something for us?
Yeah, I'm a little less confident about this one, but I do think the Seahawks are going to struggle on the road going to Baltimore. It is a 6-point line right now. Just the level of futility the Seahawks have had in the red zone this season has been very, very funny, laughable, just asinine play in that part of the field. So I think Baltimore's going to handle them. I think 6 points isn't enough, so I'm taking the Ravens -6 against the Seahawks.
I'm going to go 3 units here.
How many units is that, Schultz?
Let's go 3 units on that
for
one.
accounting purposes here.
Yeah, 3-unit play.
Okay.
I'm going to go another 3-unit play, and I'm going to take Cincinnati in this. The Bengals do it every damn year where we write them off at the start of the season. Cincinnati's rolling right now. And I just think the holes on Buffalo's defense, and I know they went out and made the trade and got themselves a corner that should help a little bit with the Douglas trade, but I just think they still have issues with injuries along that front. And Burrow's getting healthy. Cincinnati looks real good. I'm going to take Cincinnati here. I think it's 2.
Because Josh Allen's hurt. Are they saying he's going to play?
Yeah, he's going to play, but I'm going to take Cincinnati, and I'll lay the 2 here. 3 units on that.
All right, I got one other one. This is an off-the-radar game, but I think Carolina's horrible, so I'm going to lay 2.5 and take Indy in Carolina. Last week, the Panthers nutted up. They were coming off a bye. They were at home. They were winless, and they had a beatable team in Houston. So that, to me, has brought this line down to under 3, which is auto bet, because Indy's offense is 6th in the NFL.
Yeah.
Carolina is averaging 18 points a game. I mean, this is a mismatch offensively. Carolina's defense can keep them in it, and Gardner Minshew scares me. So I'm going to go 4 units on this, but I really like Indy to go and get the win in Carolina. Workman-like effort, 35-20.
All right, and the last one that I'm going to do, I will throw another 3 units on this. It was at 2.5. It's come down to 1.5, but I'm going to take the Giants. A healthy Daniel Jones, and the Raiders are one of the worst team in football. They're
where's this game?
It's in Vegas.
And we've got a new coach and a new quarterback for Vegas.
New coach, new quarterback, new coordinator, new everything.
And Vegas is favored.
Yes,
by
Vegas is favored by 1.5. But you got a healthy Daniel Jones, and that Raider offense is absolutely abysmal. On the Giants aren't great, but again, coaching, Daniel Jones and company, they'll take care of business. The wrong team is favored here. Okay. I liked it better when it was at 2.5, but 1.5, I'm going to take the Giants to win this with 3 units.
Alrighty.
I got one last one for you guys.
Hop it up, bro.
It's a big one. Huge. An 11-unit 2-game parlay here.
What?
So my units are like $7, so this was like a big bet. This was a big bet. This was like an $80+ parlay on 2 teams.
Ooh.
So we're going under 221 tonight for the Grizzlies Blazers. Don't think that they're going to score much over 100 each. Grizzlies are probably going to win that. And going on right now, I took Colorado State plus 7.5. I bought a point to cover against Wyoming. So
Okay.
they just missed a field goal to tie it, though.
Did you say that's an 11 point? The highest we can go on this show is 10.
10.
Okay, so 10 technically, but it would be
Wow.
$7 over 10 for me. So,
Oh, I got you.
and 11 and 7
Yeah, yeah.
are my lucky numbers, so
Okay.
I kind of like to,
I love what Schulte's got
All right,
going
so
on.
here's what we'll do. We'll. So you're saying that what are the odds on that bet?
It is a, let's see.
Because
the odds are plus 238.
okay. So we'll let you bet. We'll let you bet 3 units, and then we'll pay you whatever it is.
That sounds
close
good. All
to
right, so
9.
yeah, I maxed out my. I did not know the
You're
rules. I
pulling a buck
apologize.
on us here.
Oh, I
You're
didn't
going
know.
with some weird sort of thing.
Odd,
Although it makes
exotic.
sense that we got Buckley Jr. in there.
Great.
NFL picks for Buckley. He's on Philly -3, 4 units. He's on the under in Miami, Kansas City for 3. He's on the under Buffalo, Cincinnati for 3, and he likes Seattle +6 at Baltimore. Each Friday at 5:15, Roppin' the Bank. Coming up next, we got Joey Harrington. Is there an upset looming ahead for the Oregon Ducks? That's next. But first, Schulte with SportsCenter.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge online at aneheatingandcooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on the Fan, breaking in the last hour or so, University of Michigan has fired recruiting analyst Connor Stallions amid an investigation into the alleged sign-stealing operation happening under head coach Jim Harbaugh. Back here locally in college football, 6th-ranked Oregon hosting Cal tomorrow afternoon down at Autzen Stadium. They are 24.5-point favorites in that one. Kickoff set for 2:30 on Pac-12 Network. Don't miss live coverage right here on The Fan, starting at 10 a.m. with Ducks Game Day. Then you got number 16 Oregon State hitting the road to face Colorado down at Folsom Field. Some Pac-12 after dark action. It's a 7 p.m. kickoff on ESPN. The Beavers favored by 13.5. In the NFL, Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski announcing QB Deshaun Watson will be back under center on Sunday against the Cardinals, though the Arizona quarterback, Kyler Murray, making the trip to Cleveland. Not really sure if he's going to play. He's questionable for Sunday's matchup. Steelers linebacker Cole Holcomb out for the rest of the year after suffering a torn ACL in last night's win over the Titans. The Portland Trailblazers begin in-season tournament play tonight at Moda. They host the 0-5 Memphis Grizzlies. Scoot is out with an ankle injury, and the Blazers are 3.5-point underdogs at home. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on every game at Spirit Mountain with a sportsbook powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports leader is
Oh yeah. And I told him I'm not gonna make his name public. Wasn't gonna shame him personally last week, and then not gonna go over the top this week. But it was one of those casseroles where you look at it and it's like, okay, there's cheese and there's mashed potatoes. And, I was like, okay, cool. So the best part is so it shows up. He drops it off on his way to the golf course. He's like, hey, here's the casserole. Full on greens and stuff for a salad. His son made chocolate chip cookies, which I might add were almost as good as the casserole. When we were as a family, we were going to say that the chocolate chip cookies were the winners, and then we broke out the casserole. Anyway, so it's covered in foil, and it just says $3.50 on top of it. It's like typical guy thing. It's not like preheat the oven and then you have to bake it for this long. It just says $3.50. It's like, oh, cool. So we stuck it in there for $3.50 and took a scoop, and it was just like this cornucopia of surprises and deliciousness.
So is he shamed into bringing you the actual dish?
I wouldn't say shamed, but I wouldn't say not shamed.
Yeah, he was shamed.
He felt it.
Yeah,
he felt the pressure.
He felt it.
Yeah, he felt it.
Yeah, you can't joke about things like that.
No, you can't. That's one of those when it's thrown out there. Like it's like if you told your wife, I'm like, wouldn't it be crazy for our anniversary if we go to Hawaii, and then the anniversary comes around and you're like, we're going to Toledo. You can't. Like once it's thrown out there, I mean, it's out there in the universe. You got to deliver that.
But let's call a spade though. Okay, he delivered.
Yeah,
he delivered. It was shepherd's pie-esque, but apparently, someone said for a shepherd's pie, you had to have a flaky crust on the bottom.
Really?
I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, I didn't think so. This was a full meal it didn't need the salad. There were vegetables, there was rice, there was meat, there was potatoes. There was all sorts of incredibleness wrapped into a 9x12 Pyrex.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That right-hand corner, the little burnt corner,
burnt edge.
The burnt edge is the key to any casserole. If it goes $3.50, turn that up to $3.75 and go an extra 3-4 minutes, get that nice crisp. Now we're talking.
So we got the casserole. So just filling in the details of our from last week.
It's almost worth getting hurt. Hey, you blow out your knee and you get a casserole.
Well, you'd like for him to deliver the casserole in the first place and not have to be prompted to do so, but at least
that's another wife thing right there. I shouldn't have to tell you to bring me a casserole. You should just know to bring the casserole.
That's right. He should have known that, but he came through. Yeah. All right, so we've got big bourbon news with Joey here in a moment, but a couple of football questions first. Big win at Utah. You kind of called that. You said Oregon could get ahead and Utah just wouldn't be able to come back. That's what happened.
But hold on. Let's not say I called that. I said they get ahead and they win by a touchdown or a few
Well, I said kind of called that.
Yeah, that was. I don't think anybody saw that coming.
I kind of did.
That was you did.
Yeah, I did. I was really confident. I just thought that was their type of game. They're tough, and Utah was so banged up. I just thought that played right into Oregon's hands.
That was a beat down. That was it was 35-6, but even Kyle Whittingham said the score did not indicate how badly we got beat. It was 21-6 before you blinked, and then Oregon kind of took their foot off the gas for a minute. And you saw Bo kind of, get pissed off at some people we can't slow down. And then and then we got another couple touchdowns on them, and then they just kind of coasted in. That one, that's one of those games where it almost felt. I'm trying to think of that was a 49 to. I mean that was a beat down. It wasn't even close. They came out of the gates just slinging it too. And I don't know, that was as good as I have seen Oregon, top to bottom, in every phase of the game. I can't think of the last time I saw, defensively they were really good in 2019, right? But we always kind of, complained, but we're frustrated on how it felt like Justin was being held back offensively. We rarely saw those explosive, incredible games. You always sat there and it's God, just cut the guy loose. 2014 with Marcus was phenomenal. I mean, he was as explosive as any player in the history of college football. But like top to bottom, like tell me one area where they could have improved in that game.
Well, didn't we ask Lanning that yesterday?
Yeah,
we asked him. We said pick this game apart.
He said he's one of those guys you can always pick it apart. I guarantee Lanning, if you gave him truth serum, he would have believed that should have been 50. Like he would have gone to the second half and been like, well, we didn't execute and we got sloppy as we were up. But you know that Utah was never in that game, and it's hard sometimes to keep a razor's edge when you're kicking the living hell out of someone and Utah can't threaten you at all. That was the definition of coasting. So that would be my guess, is he's going to say you can't coast against better teams.
True, but completely agree. But if you are actually looking at the execution, if you're looking at what are the things that make great football teams? Defensively, creating turnovers, did that. Stop the run, did that. Big stops on fourth down, did that. Limiting big plays, did that. Offensively, efficiency throwing the ball, good God, did that. Establish the line of scrimmage, did that. Big plays through the air, well, did that. Maybe that's okay. There's the one thing. Troy Franklin dropped a touchdown. That's it.
Yes.
Just one touchdown, he dropped one.
Benches
but yeah, exactly. Yeah. But here's the thing: the play of the game for me was the catch on third down, because you had a good point there, Sue. Like in the second half, you're coming out and you're kind of coasting a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You know that you're killing them.
Yeah.
There was an opportunity. If you score a touchdown on that first drive in the second half,
it strangles. Yeah, it strangles it.
Exactly. But if you don't, you give them life. And Ferguson made, a hell of a catch on a 3rd and 8 that kept the drive going. 2 plays later, they're in the end zone, and that was the stranglehold right there. If Ferguson doesn't make that catch, now I'm not saying Utah comes back and wins, but I think it could have been you would have given a little bit of life to Utah.
Well, it was a great game, and I think in years past we would think, there's an upset coming, because there always seemed to be. But with this team, I don't know how you feel. This is my question. I don't know if that. I feel like they're built tougher and stronger and better now than ever before, in a sense that they are less upset prone coming into these last whatever it is, four games. Yeah. What do you think?
I would agree with that statement in the way that they're built. I don't think you can ever make that a definitive statement for the same thing that we talk about year after year after year at this time. November is just hell month. It is literally, you look at that top 10 right now, I guarantee you 6 of those teams will lose by the end of November.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee it. Yeah. So, but if you're going to look at it, say objectively, what are the things that a football team that is, upset proof, what do you need? You need a quarterback who's in control. I don't know that I've ever seen a quarterback in more control than Bo right now. Completion percentage, touchdown to interception ratio, the things that, and even the things that he does, like he made a check at the line of scrimmage. It actually looked like a double check. He comes up, makes the check, Utah switches, play clock's running down. He comes back up after seeing the switch, makes the check, makes a different check. Bam, play clock is just about to go to 0, snaps the ball back out of the backfield, touchdown untouched. Like, he has so much control over what's happening on that field right now. What else do you need? You need a dominant running game. I think Oregon's got that. You need an offensive line that's going to establish the line of scrimmage. You got that. You need a team that's not going to beat themselves. After that, was it Texas Tech? Did they have a lot of penalties at Texas Tech? I know we were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, they had some dumb penalties early on in that game against Texas Tech. Those were some of the PIs where they basically bailed them out on third downs, where they just tackled receivers instead of making plays on balls.
But since then, they have shut down. They have eliminated those penalties. defensively, you need to be able to provide pressure on a quarterback with a 4-man rush. Looks like they can do that, right?
Yeah.
You need some DBs who can cover in space. We got that. You got to be able to create turnovers. We can do that. Like, you look at all the things that you need to limit big plays, like all of these things that are potential, upset factors as you get into November. Oregon has shown that like you said, they're built for this. They're built to be, I don't want to say immune to it, but they're built to resist those things. And you got to credit Lanning and Tosh Lupoi for putting together a team. Honestly, it's a team that's starting to look like more of an SEC style, right? And that's where Tosh has been all over the place, but both those guys played or coached under Saban. Like, they've been around the block in that league, and they know what it takes. And they've seen those championships down. Get one in November, and that's the type of team they're putting together.
So when we come back, we'll talk about the continuation of the Civil War, and then we have bourbon news. One real quick follow-up before we break, though. You were talking about November, and we talk about this every year. Is it just the pressure? Like, what is it about November that teams just start to get picked off?
You've never felt pressure till you have to win a football game on the road and realize that everything that you've worked for the last 5 years is literally 15 minutes away. Yeah. Like, I'll tell you what, there's no pressure like that.
Interesting.
Get 75,000 people on the road screaming at you, and all you have to do is throw complete the ball a couple times. There's a big old monkey that jumps on your back.
I've never felt it quite like we were like 7th in the country. Last game of the year, November, going into Hawaii. All we have to do is win, and we're the first non-Power 5 BCS team, right? Like, we're the original BCS buster, and you've never seen a team squeeze so hard. And when you squeeze hard, it's amazing how you can't hold on to it, and you go out there and you just get your ass handed to you.
The good news is 3 of the last 4 at home. The last road game, Arizona State.
Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's Arizona State, though, and not Arizona.
Yeah, I hear you on that. All right, let's take a break. Joey Harrington, more with him coming up next. We'll ask him about the continuation of the Oregon State rivalry, and then we've got hot bourbon news here on 1080 The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Doesn't really matter what everybody else thinks about us, but we certainly have an opinion of ourselves and the way we want to play. And I think our guys take that personally, how they want to perform and what they expect of themselves.
Yeah, it was Dan Lanning on our show yesterday. This whole idea of that Oregon is just flashy and not tough, I don't know why you would think that. If you watch them, as Joey just said, they're turning into an SEC style team. Like, they are tough. They're flashy too with all the unis and everything. But I love the foundation that he is building in terms of just making them bigger, stronger, and tougher. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Yeah. The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt.
the Oregon State football rivalry continue annually. What do you think? How important is that to you, Joey?
Of course it should. I mean, it has to. That being said, you would have said that for Texas A&M, right? But you would have said that for Nebraska, Colorado,
Oklahoma State.
It's unfortunate that I don't want to say the money is getting in the way of it, but I had an interesting conversation actually with my dad this morning, and he said, "What benefit would there be for Oregon playing Oregon State?" Right? I mean, what is the? Of course, we all want it to continue, but if you're looking at it from the perspective of does this benefit Oregon in their potential title chase? Oregon State would have to become like the big. You always play two powder puffs and a big one, right? Oregon State would have to be the big one, but are they going to carry the same weight that they normally would are they in the Mountain West? If you schedule, let's say Idaho, Portland State, and Boise, right? Is that viewed as a good non-league schedule? Right? Does Oregon State carry? I don't know. Does Oregon State carry the weight that scheduling a Wisconsin, in the past, like we used to, or going to Nebraska or Ohio State, a couple of years ago? Like, there is thought that goes into the scheduling, and I guess I just hope that doesn't get in the way of having that game continue to be on the schedule.
What scares me with that is when you look at those games, you're talking about big stadiums, big paydays, and at least with the Apple Cup, you can claim it to be a neutral field and play it at Lumen in 50-50 split. There's not many big Power Fives that are willing to go to smaller stadiums in a tough rivalry game and have that, and there's no neutral site stadium in the state of Oregon. So when you ask what's in it for Oregon, another step to that is, are they willing to go to Corvallis every other year? And I'm not certain that they are. I'm not certain that Washington's willing to go to Pullman.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, is you're going to a small, very difficult place to play against a team that is going to be jacked up to play you, that won't necessarily carry the national weight that they did if they were in the Pac-12, right? Like that's what I'm curious to see. Or if Washington State and Oregon State end up in the Mountain West, are they going to carry the same amount of clout that they did when they were in the Pac-12? I don't know.
Well, the other thing about it is the Big Ten schedule came out yesterday, so you got to see what that looks like for Oregon for next year.
It's tough.
Dude, I mean, we knew that, but just seeing it on paper, it's like, do you really want to play Oregon State? All the things you guys just mentioned, plus think about your conference schedule.
I think Oregon, if you went off right now, I think Oregon has the number 1, 3, and 5 team in the country now on next year's schedule.
But then but the other thing too is, like, if you put Oregon State on the schedule every year, in addition to that, you usually have one other big money-making non-conference game, like they played Georgia last year, or Ohio State, whatever.
Something.
Well, Ohio State's in the league now, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They don't have that next year. So then
that's my. Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just think you're talking about overkill. If you couple all the things where what you guys are talking about with the actual game, but then you add a tough non-conference game, also Oregon State, and a Big Ten schedule, I think that's too much. I don't think it's in Oregon's best interest.
And that was my point, is that the Oregon State game would have to take the place of that big non-conference game.
Okay.
You wouldn't be playing LSU in Texas. You wouldn't be playing at Ohio State. You wouldn't be playing those games would have to go away in favor of the Oregon State game.
Are you for that?
Making no money.
Are you for that?
And that I would personally be for that, because I think it's an important game to play, but I don't know that necessarily is beneficial. That's my question, is that Oregon State game viewed nationally when this college football playoff committee sits down and looks at it? Is it viewed in the same way as if you went to Ohio State? Obviously, they're in the same conference now, but when Oregon went to Ohio State a couple of years ago and won, it's probably not. a Mountain West Ohio or Mountain West Oregon State team is not going to be viewed, or I should say, a win against them is not going to be viewed the same way that a win against, a big non-conference team would be. And then, like you said, Suk, if they lose that game, man, it's nothing but there's I don't know. It's like scheduling Boise.
Yeah, at Boise
for a decade or so. It's like there really isn't anything to be gained by it.
Yeah, it may just be over.
It's possible,
and that sucks. But it may just this is it.
Yeah,
everything's changed. It's weird.
That's stupid.
It is stupid. You know what isn't stupid? You giving away more bourbon. You're such a giver. You're always giving
Hell
away.
Yeah.
What do we have now? We've got the second bourbon barrel benefit.
This is year number 2. Yeah, last year was a barrel of Buffalo Trace bourbon. This year we had to step things up a little bit, and we Buffalo Trace Distillery let me select a barrel of Weller Full Proof. So we have a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle 20-year and 4 bottles of Weller Full Proof single barrel selected by me back in May. So it's not too bad if I do say so myself.
All right. So where do people go? So it's a raffle again?
Yeah, same thing. Like I said last year, we had to apply for a Department of Justice gaming license. So we are now officially the Harrington Family Foundation Hotel and Casino.
Are you taking bets? I'll place a couple wagers on Oregon State this weekend.
There we go. I'll have to see if they let us do a sports book. But when we, in order to do that, we're only allowed to raffle off a certain amount per year. And so we have 4 bottles of the Weller Full Proof and 1 bottle of the Pappy Van Winkle. Tickets are $100 a piece that you can, like we've mentioned before, I'm not sure if you know, I'm a social media influencer.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of people.
Casserole alone goes
yeah,
viral.
I mean, seriously. No, so I put out the link on Twitter, HarringtonFamilyFoundation.org. We've got the link there. We will be, I'm trying to think, we've got some QR code things passed around, but that's more at specific businesses.
When's it close?
We are going to go from today, this morning at 9 a.m. it started, and we're going to close Sunday evening, I believe, at midnight. So we're going 10 days this year. So 2 full weekends with a week in between.
Okay, and then how many do they allow you to sell?
So that's the thing. I cannot sell any.
Or
this is a raffle.
Yeah.
The winner gets all 5 bottles.
Oh, okay. So how many raffle tickets are there? Is that the better way to ask it?
We'll sell. We're capped at 1,500 raffle tickets.
Okay, got it.
So last year we sold about we upped it, and last year we sold about 650 tickets. So pretty dang good odds if you do say so myself. Look, I think we kind of talked about it that I like to be generous and I like to thank people. So sometimes I may or may not be able to thank people in some other ways that don't win. So
with brown water.
I was thinking casseroles. I mean,
So I would encourage everybody to, if you're interested, look, if you love bourbon and you love kids, this is like your perfect fundraiser.
What if you're like Rob and you love bourbon but hate kids?
I do hate kids, but
that's what I was getting at. That's what you jumped the gun. I was like, if you hate bourbon and love kids, like your friends, last year, Suk, who won, this is also a perfect fundraiser. But if you're like Rob and you hate kids and love bourbon, well, then this is even better.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to see the kids. You can just put the money, give the money. There's no actually kids at your door. This is just straight raffle, no kid. But I feel good because I'm helping and I get bourbon. So,
it's perfection.
Seriously.
Now it
works for all categories.
Your foundation gives scholarships. Is that right?
We do. Yeah, we give 4 community leadership scholarships every year. Eligible or any graduating high school senior from any high school in the state, so long as they continue their education in state, The criteria for the scholarship is community leadership and financial need. Like I don't care if you get a 3.4 or a 3.2 or a 4.2. Like, are you making an impact in your community? And then, so many of these students come from, rural areas that part of our scholarship is access. So I've got a board of mentors that are simply there to help open doors, find students who have invested in their community, have great ideas, need a door just to open for them, and then we provide them with a 4-year scholarship and help open that door for them.
Great.
I feel like if Rob wins, as part of the prize is he gets to host a child-only event at his house where all the kids come over and mill around for 3-4 hours. I think that comes with it if Rob wins.
I'll give the bourbon back.
I would just like that stipulated.
No, that's great. That's where your money goes. $100.
Awesome.
You can buy as many as you want, but
you can buy as many tickets as you want. If we've only got 1,500 tickets for sale, you might as well buy like 500 and increase your odds.
There you go.
And there's one winner, so they get the Pappy and the four-wheelers. That's amazing.
Exactly.
Right. Well, now through next Sunday, go to Joey's Twitter or the Harrington Family Foundation website, and you can buy them there. Fantastic. You're doing great work, sir. Good luck with the knee, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Joey Harrington each week here on the show, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here. Club 1080 is next on The Fan.
Like how long we went over in this segment. 1 minute more. 5 minutes more. 12 minutes
more. Probably. Yeah, we got to go. We got to break.
And time to break.
Nah, I don't care.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, it's a Friday.
Who cares,
It's
man?
the play-in tournament, man. Who cares?
We're all sports fired up in here. It's the play-in tournament.
No one understands what's happening, but I don't know.
They're playing games.
People are freaking out about courts for some unknown reason. I don't know why.
Well, they got the new courts.
I know, but everyone hates them, I guess. So now we're just...
It's like the in-season tourney is literally like a half-season championship and courts. That's it? This is the only thing that we're being given here?
No,
half season? I don't even think that. Like, how many games is it?
I guess a quarter. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because like this is the start of it, but like tomorrow or Sunday when the Blazers play, that won't be part of the in-season tournament.
It's so weird. Like this goes until December?
Yeah, so like today...
So only designated games?
Yeah, so the Blazer game tonight, in-season tournament against Memphis.
And if they win, so then...
But Sunday against Memphis, not part of the in-season tournament.
I tried to read this earlier today, and I literally was going through the entire press release from the NBA, and apparently the only extra games are like the championship game, but every other in-season tourney game is counted.
Yeah, so whoever they're bracketed up against, let's say they win tonight, and then we're watching Milwaukee, New York, and let's say Milwaukee wins.
Yeah.
The next Blazers-Milwaukee game is an in-season tournament game, right? Because they don't reschedule that game.
Yeah, but like as far as
or maybe they already have it all set up.
I think it's set up. So as far as I know, and believe me, I'm not certain of this. I believe their next in-season tournament game is against the Jazz.
Okay.
In like 10 days.
What they're doing is they made the schedule and then they designated certain games.
Yes.
Round robin in-season tournament games.
And remember, there's like little pools.
Yeah, like pods.
So again, tonight in season, special court, special uniform. Sunday, back to regular court.
Yeah, so it's not a bracket.
No, which is I still can't figure out why.
No.
Like, so you're gonna have to change out the court simply because tonight's game was in season. I don't know.
Hey, shut up.
Just leave the court the way it is.
Shut up.
If you're doing the special court, just I don't know, leave the special court. But then I guess it's not a special game.
I kind of like the Bucks special court here we're seeing.
Yeah, they're all like this, where they have like.
Well, the Blazers is red.
Yeah, but they're all like, the keys are all the same design, and then there's like stripes. There's like a big stripe down the middle of it. I don't know. The Ducks play in the tall firs or the tall pines or whatever the hell it is.
I don't like. Now that one I don't like.
That one confuses you.
Do you like that?
I don't mind.
You like that?
When I see it from above, I think it looks pretty cool. When I see it like in the up close shots, I don't know where you're at on the floor. It's all very confusing.
I think it's a good idea, but it doesn't look good on TV to me. Like just for watching a game.
Yeah.
It looks pretty when
like
no one's playing.
That's what I'm saying. When you pull away and you see the whole thing, I'm like, oh, that's cool. But when you see it, like when they're playing and they just have the guy, dribbling the ball, I think it looks terrible.
It's weird. Yeah.
Don't sell me a really crappy game with just a good basketball court. I think the NBA is making a huge mistake here. I personally, looking at this,
it's not a court; it's an in-season tournament.
Well, let's not overthink it. I mean,
they're just trying to get someone.
The game otherwise would have a normal court. Like, what's the difference? Who cares?
Look, no one cares about Portland and Memphis.
And why are we talking about sports?
And I don't know.
It's true.
On this show,
I don't know. It is the club, even though it's technically we've gone way over. So I don't know.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Someone's gonna be pissed.
All right, we've got Yellowstone news, and the real estate broker industry is about to change big time. Those items are coming up next on The Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
Plenty of time to talk. Okay.
And the guy goes, no, third quarter is popcorn. Post halftime is passive snacking. I couldn't agree more.
In other words, you can't eat a meal.
No, you do the bulk of your eating either pregame or first, second quarter. And then halftime hits, maybe you have a few beers, you get to get up, you're snacking on whatever. But third quarter rolls around.
All right.
Third quarter is for popcorn, chips, maybe some sort of dip. Passive snacking after halftime. I couldn't agree more.
What was the ad for?
I think Dr. Pepper.
Okay.
And I think the idea was you have a Dr. Pepper whenever, which whatever, you can drink whenever you want. But as far as food goes, you're not eating hot dogs and nachos and big, thick, heavy stuff after half. You've already eaten that.
I tend to agree.
No, I beg to differ. If you want that last slice of pizza, man, because they always stop those food sales at the end of the third quarter or the seventh inning, right when they stop alcohol sales.
So wait, you go through a whole game hungry and then eat?
No, I'm not gonna. See, I feel like I'm gonna get too full by halftime if I stuff my face, and I'm drinking beers because it's like, okay, am I gonna pay $20 for a big beer? Or am I gonna pay $29 for a really small mixed drink? I'm gonna go with the beer.
Well, I think they're talking more about at the house, but you're hanging around.
It's the same idea, though.
It's the same idea.
Like if you're hungry when you sit down for a game, that's no good.
You're not waiting until the middle of the third quarter.
That makes no sense.
I feel like it's kind of like you're pecking at it, like a bird. It's like a 60-minute long, or 3-hour long spread for you.
No, man. You get in there, you get your eating done, and then, like I said, after halftime or you get into the 6th, 7th inning if it's a baseball game, I like the way that guy put it. It's passive snacking time.
I didn't hear it. I was too busy singing the Amazon song.
That damn thing. When I first heard that, I was like, that's the dumbest thing in the world. And now, the 8th time, I can't help myself. I'm like, that is amazing. It's got a German polka thing. It makes me think of, the Groundhog's Day when they're Bill Murray.
Wake up the music and have it some fun. The Pennsylvania polka. Hell yeah.
I love the fact that you knew that.
Thank you.
And I thoroughly enjoyed you singing it. That gets me every time, and now I want to order stuff off Amazon. I wonder if I can order a garage door off Amazon.
I think you can order a whole house.
Yeah.
So yes, I think
Can
you
you
could.
really?
3D printed.
Did you see the 60 Minutes thing on that?
On what?
It's the 3D printed houses?
Uh-uh.
Is pretty well. Do you still watch 60 Minutes?
I haven't seen it in a while.
No,
it's a bit on the Saturday Night Live scale for me.
Yeah.
I think it's a great show. It's the longest running show on TV, right?
It might be my favorite show. I love 60 Minutes. I can't get enough.
Yeah, they do a good job.
There's a bro out of Texas, and he has a company now, and they are 3D printing homes, and it is pretty badass. And part of it is he's trying to solve the homeless crisis.
Yeah.
And affordable homes.
So explain that to me like I'm 4.
Okay, so it's still concrete, right?
Okay.
And imagine like a I'm trying the best way to put it, like a big tube of toothpaste hooked up to a big machine, and it just goes back and forth and lays down rows of concrete. So the walls do look different in that they aren't smooth. Like when you look at a log cabin, how the logs are stacked on top, and so there's little gaps.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but smaller, but in concrete. And this big machine just goes through, and it literally just prints out the walls, interior, exterior, everything of these homes with this big kind of nozzle machine that goes through, and they're fireproof. They are more efficient, heating and cooling wise, and they are way cheaper. And you can frame a house. You can actually do more than frame a house in a 50th of a time it would take you to actually go through and do one.
So it's just the framing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just the foundation and the framing.
Yes, I mean there are still things with
the
interior touches and all
and
that.
You have to throw siding on it, or
no?
Do you?
No, you don't have to throw siding.
You have to throw windows in and
yeah, you do have to do windows. But again, it's look it up. You can find them on YouTube. But it's really cool because it leaves the spaces for the windows, and you can do. And then some of the other parts of the home are done by the 3D printing machine, and then you just need to put the roof needs to just be put on top. It's really, really cool.
Okay, yeah, I see it here. Yeah, all right, that makes sense.
A lot easier, a lot quicker to build.
Yeah, and the cost, I don't want to speak at because it's been a month or two since I saw it, but the cost was significantly less.
We're talking maybe $100,000, $150 tops.
Yes.
For a nice, big house.
Like they were talking like this. I think he's down in Texas where he's doing this.
Yeah.
And people are building, 3,500 square foot homes, and they're, a quarter of the price.
Tell you what, I'm gonna start doing that.
Do you have a 3D house printing machine?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'll get it.
But I mean, if you can get over the look of the wall, because that's
I'm looking at it here. But they hide that in most of the finished products. It looks like that's just the. I mean.
Then they put something over
they'll put the siding on it or something.
Because the ones that I saw, the ones on the 60 Minutes, they did not. The finished homes that they were doing for people had a.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah.
But you can.
And I kind of like that look. Like in my house, I have concrete countertops, and you have a choice to do all different kinds of finishes, and I left it like raw like that. I have the raw edge and allow it to kind of get beat up, and I kind of like that. I don't know. I just think it's really cool, the idea that you could have a home in a month.
Yeah.
And instead of spending $400,000 or $500,000, if someone said, "Hey man, here's 125," I don't know. This is going to be something that will change. Not for everybody, but this is going to change a lot of things for people when this becomes more of an acceptable thing.
Well, I want the market to keep going up, so I don't want this. I'm against it.
Really? You do?
Yeah.
Nobody my age.
I already
or
own
under,
my homes.
Well, nobody my age or under can afford a house.
That is one of the sadder things. I was talking to my daughter, and this was right before she had kind of decided that she was going to move to Korea. And I was asking her about it, and one of the things that she said, and I've heard this from multiple young people, is they just say that, the kind of the dream that you were sold doesn't exist anymore. They're like, I don't know. They're like, the idea of buying a house and all that, it's
not a thing. It's not realistic.
It's not a thing for a lot of those kids, and they're just like,
but you know what? That's okay. We were talking about this the other night with my kid who's 24.
You're like,
yeah, just turned 24.
Yeah.
And he's doing well. And so is his girlfriend.
Yeah.
But they can't afford a house.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it, it's just the new norm is maybe, because kids aren't getting married young anymore, right?
Thank God.
Yeah, because it used to be like when we were younger, Schultze, back in my day.
Yeah.
You would, especially where I'm from, like the Bible Belt, man, was... You go to high school, and then you go to college, and you meet a girl, and you get married, and you settle down, and you buy a house, and you start your jobs.
Yep.
And it's just not. That's gone.
Thankfully, people aren't marrying to screw anymore. You can just screw.
Right.
Just do it.
And they're smart about that. They've already wisened up about that. It's like, let's wait, because maybe, who knows, maybe we'll grow apart, or I'll be in a different place in life in 7 years or whatever. And so with that comes the home buying thing. Like, it's the worst thing in the world that, maybe the paradigm shifts to where young people dream of finally buying a home. And that happens, maybe a little bit later in their life, in their middle ages, or
problem is that for
40, 45.
The vast majority of people, and this is proven throughout history, the number one way that average people build wealth is through their home.
Well,
and
gonna have to change that.
And then I don't know if you've seen some of these cities, and I don't know if ours is in this, but I read an article online. I think it was in Forbes, where some of the major cities. I think they one was San Francisco. They did one in Houston. I think Miami was like this, and they were saying that right now, up to in some of these places, 9 to 11% of home purchases are not being made by people. They're being made
Just
by
groups.
Companies.
Yeah, groups and investment firms.
Investment firms and whatnot. And so this is the part that people are really getting pissed about, is that if there is something that is affordable or you think can be affordable, you aren't just bidding against people anymore with interest rates being as high as they can, or it's 8, 9, 10, 11% on some of these, especially if you don't have real good credit. So, hey, here's a house that I think I can afford. You're not bidding against other people for that starter home. You're just getting a company that's coming in, buying it, and turning it into doing an Airbnb or a rental home or whatever. And That's the other one that just is an absolute Scroogey for people.
Well, my wife and I grappled with this for a while. We rent, and we're happy with it. I don't mind just making a phone call, for a maintenance guy to come fix stuff as opposed to having to worry about property taxes and all those extra costs.
That's right.
But the generations, 30, 40, 50 years ago, they were paying, $150 grand and 20%, of an interest rate. But it was only 150 grand, and that was so much easier to get out of. Now, $600,000-$700,000 later, and even with a 3 to 5% mortgage rate, good freaking luck.
We were looking. Me and my lady looked at a home. Oh, this was 6 months ago, and it was on the right off Marine Drive, so on the bad side of the river. And and you could tell that the home it wasn't selling.
This is in Portland.
This is in Portland, right off Marine Drive, and half a mile from you were some wonderful people in your if anyone's been down there. But the home itself was amazing. It had a dock, and it was incredible. But you could tell that, obviously you were going to have to deal with, with some urban campers not too far from your house. And we were like, we can do this. Like, this is not, we'll bet on Portland getting its act together. And it's not like it was right in front. But I was like, dude, there just isn't going to be something like this that comes up that's affordable on the river with a boat dock, and it had a crow's nest, and we were like, we're in.
Buy low.
And we went and looked at it, and with the down payment that we had to put down, which was whatever it was, 20% or whatever, the difference between the interest rate that I have right now on my house and what I would have had to pay on the new one, the interest alone was more than my house payment currently is.
Yeah.
And we were like, okay, well.
Not a good time.
Yeah. And so you just kind of sit there and you think about that. And for the poor people that are trying to sell that house, like, because if you've got all the money in the world, that's probably not the house that you're buying. And for people that would normally buy that house, the difference between a 2.5% interest loan and a 9% loan keeps you out of that. And that home sat and sat and sat and sat and sat. And someone, I don't know who eventually came in and bought it, but I mean, it's just a tough beat out there for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's rough. It's just different. It's going to be different forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I
don't see how it goes back.
Yeah, I don't. Right. I mean, I bought my first house for $125,000.
114.
I hate both of you.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Like, that's just, I'm so jealous of that opportunity you guys have.
Yeah.
Man.
And I loved it because I moved to La Center because it was out in the sticks and got acreage for that. And now you go out to La Center and it's the same as everywhere else because there's no more affordable. Like, nothing's affordable in La Center. But that's what you had to do is you had to move out to the sticks, and now there is no more sticks. It's just everything has sprawled out there. And it's tough. And I absolutely feel for young people with that no longer being a thing. And the whole point of, like, you're dumping money into your mortgage, but eventually, for a lot of people, that is going to be a big hunk of your retirement. And for a lot of young people, that ain't a thing anymore.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. I'm just like an old surly Republican now. Just keep going up so I can retire.
Yeah, I saw
cash out of these houses.
I saw your Oregonian sticker on the way in. Yeah, you're Republican.
Yeah, come on. It's all about me and my money. I have brighter news on this front.
Yeah, what do we got? 3D printed homes coming?
Well, the real estate thing. Have you seen that?
No.
The Brokers Association that got hit?
Did
you see it?
No, what's happening?
In Missouri, federal court in Missouri, the Real Estate Brokers Association, or whatever it is, they were found guilty of conspiring to keep commissions high for real estate brokers.
Yeah. Those sons of bitches.
They have been ordered to pay $1.8 billion.
Whoa.
And they are saying, I was reading an article in the Wall Street Journal that said this is going to absolutely upend that entire industry. And there are a lot of different ways.
Who pays the $1.8 billion?
Well, I think there were three major companies.
Caldwell?
I don't think Caldwell was one of them. I can't remember which companies. But and who knows if they'll pay that. They're going to appeal. They're going to keep it in the courts.
And who gets the money? So if I bought a home through...
Yes. Yeah, I think that's people... I think they said it's a 5-year period.
Where's my money, bitches? Let's go.
But I don't think it was in Oregon. I think it was...
What about in Washington?
There were some other states. I don't remember the deets.
Look, I'm looking for a payday. Let's sue somebody.
There are some pretty cool ways that this article was saying that that's going to change moving forward, and it will help Well, it may not help first-time buyers, but it will help sellers.
Yeah.
You know, because
Oh yeah,
the seller,
yeah, the commission fees.
they have
man.
to pay both.
Absolutely.
So we'll get into that. We'll get into that next. How do you feel about that? Schultze with SportsCenter.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan. Big breaking news tonight in college football. Michigan firing recruiting analyst Connor Stallions amid an investigation into the alleged sign-stealing operation happening under head coach Jim Harbaugh. Also locally, the 6th-ranked Ducks hosting Cal tomorrow at Autzen Stadium as 24.5-point favorites. Kickoff set for 2:30 p.m. on Pac-12 Network. Don't miss live coverage right here on The Fan starting at 10 a.m. with Ducks game day. Then you got number 16 Oregon State hitting the road. They face Colorado at Folsom Field for some Pac-12 after dark action tomorrow. Beavs favored by 13.5 in that one. Kickoff set for 7 p.m. on ESPN. In the NBA, the Portland Trail Blazers begin in-season tournament play in just about 20 minutes from now. They are at Moda hosting the 0-5 Memphis Grizzlies. No Scoot Henderson, though. He's down with an ankle injury. The Blazers are 3.5-point underdogs for that one. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on every game at Spirit Mountain Casino with a sports book powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's
Katie Schultz will be waiting outside of the studio for you.
We're in here talking about interest rates. God.
Hey, finance pros get a lot of that action too, right?
What has happened to us? Well, I was telling, look, I get a little tired of the doom and gloom thing from the younger generation. Look,
Okay, boomer.
I get it. It's different. But we were just talking about how, as a homeowner, and you're a homeowner, I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel like homes absolutely suck you dry of cash.
Sure.
I mean, they just do. There's just always something.
I told you I'm shopping for garage doors right now, and I'm floored.
Exactly.
Why is a garage door, why is it printed in gold?
Okay,
What?
so you and I, we put 20% down on a home. Yep. We're able to build equity, flip it into maybe a bigger home, whatever. All of that is great for our personal wealth, right?
Grow weed in the basement,
But think of, here's the opposite of that for the youngs is don't put the 20% down because you can't afford it. You don't want to overextend yourself, right? Yeah. You will have, they should, if they're doing well. I mean, it depends on their job and stuff. And of course their lifestyle, but they're going to have so much more cash than we did.
Yeah.
Because they're not homeowners. So the key for them, and I was talking to my kid about this, is, hey, keep your expenses low, man. The key with cash is not to blow through it, right? If it's just sitting there in your bank,
you gotta,
the tendency, you got to be careful. You just stockpile that S, and over time, you'll have opportunities that come up for you to invest in things. Or
I do think kids are going to grow up being wiser about that
100%
than our generation.
100% because they're going to have it because they're not dumping it all into their houses.
Now you have more stuff. I mean, I know that they've taken a PR hit, but stuff like Robinhood and crypto, I think more young people are interested in money management and growing money than I felt like when we were coming up. The idea was what? Just buy a house.
Just buy a house. That's
Just buy a house, and then your company, and you got retirement and Social Security. I think a lot of kids now know that Social Security and the house thing isn't a thing, so we better figure it the hell out.
Yep.
So
and I think they're better at. My kid is. He dabbles.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to hear him talk about what he dabbles in. I mean, it's not a huge amount of money yet, but they should have more cash than we did.
Yeah.
So it's it's not 6-1 dozen the other, but it's just different.
Yeah, I got my kid invested in some of those Elvis plates and NASCAR, and
good call.
They're not guaranteed to go up in value. Similar plates have.
Those are great.
So we're holding on to those and thinking that could be a real sweet thing. By the way, my mom's and dad's best friends growing up, she collected those and really did think that those were an investment. She had the Elvis.
Everybody's got their thing.
She had the Elvis ones, and she was convinced one day that those things, was it the Franklin Mint? Man, those things were going to be worth some coin.
Well, and props, by the way, too, to the state of Florida to kind of go with your guys' point about kids having that info. And this is the only time you'll ever hear me give props to the state of Florida. But they have mandated financial management education as that is a mandatory class now for kids K through 12. And that's good. Man,
Stop square dancing and teach the damn kids how to do your taxes and
tell
start
me what
a
a
Roth.
credit score is. Show me how to build it. You can't trust the parents to know because it's very, very hard to know.
I have taught my son's girlfriends. He's had a couple of them. And sometimes some of their friends, my daughter's friends that have come over. It is shocking sometimes when you sit down with younger people and you realize the illiterate financial state.
My son is an idiot.
It's really scary sometimes when you're talking to him. You're like, oh my God, how did you get through high school? How are you in college and you don't have any sort of knowledge about it? That system is failing them. It's bad.
Hot tip for you too, and any parent out there: if you have good credit, one great way to give your kid a head start is you open up a credit card for them, but you don't give it to them, right? So you keep it. If you've got great credit, you've got good spending habits, you open up a credit card when they're 10, 12, you keep it in a drawer. It never, ever has a balance on it. But what that does is it starts their credit building a little early. Nobody knows about these things because you just don't talk about it.
What if I just run up a bunch of debt on it and then I'm like, hey,
I love that.
Yeah, I love this.
What if I go to Vegas?
Yeah.
That's the potential for abuse.
I need this new garage door and, it's kind of spendy. So I got a good idea here. I'm not about to buy one. Iserman Sukanik is about to. He's gonna look at this in like 3-4 years and be like, "What the garage door?" I'm like,
He can afford it. He doesn't own a home.
Exactly. Yeah, garage door. It's about time you started paying me back, you little bastard.
Yeah, so I think those kids, they're, the other thing too is just don't, like, that whole commercial with I'm in debt up to my eyeballs, and you have all these things, right?
Oh,
You
yeah.
know that whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Just, it's not hard to not be that guy. Like, you don't have to keep up with the Joneses. You don't have to overspend. You don't need X, Y, and Z that society tells you need.
You know what the
So if you just live.
That's really hard.
Speak for yourself.
For
I
young
don't
people.
think it is. I think that
the
society is trying to infiltrate your brain with a lot of that
They
stuff.
are, and
but
it's working.
as long as you're aware of it, I think this generation should be way better about that than we were.
One of the, you know who the richest man in the world is?
Jeff Bezos.
He is not. He is not the richest man.
No,
it's the guy that owns Louis Vuitton and
really?
Balenciaga and all that stuff.
He's worth
he is
more than Bezos?
Yep, not even close. He is the richest man. He owns everything, and he has built it off of luxury brands. And one of the great, for him, one of the great things that these brands have managed to do is luxury brands aren't for rich people anymore. They have convinced the average person that you too can own a $4,500 purse. And it used to be that, Louis Vuitton and all that stuff was for people that did real well. Go to Pioneer Courthouse Square sometime. There is a line waiting to get into every one of those luxury stores. And when you look in that line, it is not really successful older people. It is young 20-somethings that are taking the $3,500 that they don't have, and they're about ready to go in and buy a purse or buy a luxury bag with.
Listen to me, youngs in that line. Don't do it.
No.
That's just it. Just don't be that person.
Unfortunately,
so the new
that's a thing.
There's a new business model coming to the real estate market. Real quick, I was reading this in the Wall Street Journal. The Brokers Association got hit with. So they conspired to keep costs artificially high, or commissions, right?
Yeah.
So they're ordered to pay $1.8 billion, and there's going to be appeals and all that. But what they argued, what the case argued against the Real Estate Brokers Association was that they made it too difficult to negotiate commissions. And if you've ever bought or sold homes, that is a thing. It is really hard to get your commission down. Like, you can ask, but they can be like, well, no, sorry, we don't have. And some people will, and some people won't. But most people aren't allowed to, you just don't even know that you can negotiate that. Yeah. And that's a pretty hefty percentage of your sale.
Well, especially when you're paying yours and theirs, you're paying 2.5% or 3%.
And they were saying nowadays technology makes it easier to find properties yourself. Realtors, as good as they are and as useful as they are in a lot of different areas, it's more. They said that what the new business model will be is it will be more of a sort of a drop-down menu of services type of thing. Oh, okay. Like, if you want somebody, you're in another market, you need somebody to shop for you in Seattle, they can do that. Or you can find 2 or 3, and then they can help you negotiate the deal. Or you can only pay for them looking over the documents or whatever.
Makes sense.
It does make sense, and it's way more. It's way cheaper.
They're not going to be happy about that.
They're also saying that, the brokers are going to be pissed. They're saying there's about 1.6 million brokers or real estate agents in the country. About half of them will be out of business from this. They estimate.
They estimate.
Yeah. And they also said that, the total amount of commissions paid on real estate transactions will lower by about 25 to 30%. Just right off the top.
There's some people that have a pucker factor of about 17 right now.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of people saving some cash.
Yeah. It's always a yin and yang.
So the question is would the buyers now pay their own agent? Because right now the seller typically pays both. Yep. That hurts first timers, if buyers have to pay their own agent.
Yeah. First time you sell a home and you look at all the commissions that you pay.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's sobering.
It's shocking.
Yeah, you're like, what?
And to this lawsuit's credit, it's like they're like, wait, no.
Yep. And there's lots of little government add-ons in there, and you're like, what the? You're like, okay.
Or they said that it might be the seller paying the buyer's agent by the hour.
Which
is another.
Wait for them to rack up some hours. No, this is a really difficult negotiation.
Yeah. Or you can negotiate to have the seller pay their own.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Or the buyer, I mean. Anyway, kind of interesting times in the real estate market. We got to go. It is 6:54. We wrap it up next on The Fan.
It's The Fan on Demand.
I'm going to give it to you.